Everyone to the city council work session of Tuesday, July 8th. Call the meeting to order and ask for approval of the agenda.
So moved. Okay.
All in favor?
Yes. Good.
Okay, next we have public comments and, if you would like to comment, I would ask that you raise your hand when you come up to the podium, state your name and mailing address, keep it under 3 minutes and be kind and respectful. So is there anyone that would like to do that? Come on up. I don't.
Okay. My name is Debbie Tia, PO Box 146, Cannon Beach, Oregon. You know the rest. Okay, I'm gonna talk a brief history of the elementary school. July 20th, school property was purchased from the school district. March 2 of 2022, the city secured a bond to finance the Cannon Beach Elementary project. April 2022, architects were hired. The city and architects began meeting with CASA, the Hill Tribe members for their vision of the project. Community outreach meetings began with 7 meetings over the following year. From December 2022 to February 2024, there were a grand total of 60 meetings. Many involved consultants and advisors. In March 2023, discussions of funding for the project begins, and the Cannon Beach Rejuvenation and the advisory committee has met 10 times between June 2023 to January 24. All of this was a big investment of time, energy, money involving multiple parties. The city council thoroughly reviewed the project and unanimously voted to move forward, but voters rejected the proposed project in November of 2024. Now another survey is proposed at the cost of about close to $19,000. To me, this defies common sense or logic. Do we start all over again? How long will it take to arrive at the decision? And what would be the cost when the decision is finally reached? The current building is leaking with water damage, mold, it's being vandalized, it's dilapidated and decaying. The Casa tribal ancestors lived on this land for thousands of years, and it was a vision of the current generation to create a gathering place for our community. Their rich cultural, spiritual heritage should be honored. Tribal members were included in this project from the beginning. Part of the depth and vision of this project was the addition of a cultural history center. Their vision and dreams do matter in shaping what this becomes. At the beginning of planning, citizens were enthusiastic about the potential for this project and what it could do for the community. Remember, Doug Dorr was here and we all got excited about Lewis and Clark on the shores of the river, and we all took off really strong. The School Rejuvenation Committee was discussing making the project a 501c nonprofit due to the significant history on the site. Coordination with other federally recognized tribes and fundraising to offset the cost were discussed. The November election brought it all to a screeching halt after 3 years of planning. What will bring life and inspiration back into this project? What is the survey going to tell us that we don't already know? The two most important considerations are how we pay for it. Will we use TLT money? If not, somehow it has to be tied to tourism. How much are we willing to spend? Is it far more expensive to refurbish your existing structure than just tear it down and build something new? But many said they wanted to keep the old school. We have 4 options: tear it down, make it apart, while finding a way to honor the Pasadena tribe and keeping the food pantry. Tear it down and build something completely new and less expensive, while also honoring the tribe and keeping the food pantry. Then there's the put the lipstick on a pig option, just to do the bare minimum, bring it up to code, make it safe, usable. But this is by far more expensive option than the estimated cost of $8 billion. Do nothing and just let it sit there and rot. This is by far the least expensive option. Mail out a survey with 4 choices along with the estimated price tag and let the citizens decide. Make it a binding decision. There are some who advocate for direct democracy before making important decisions in this town, so here's a chance to do it. After more than 3 years of listening to residents, don't waste thousands of dollars on a non-binding survey. The main question is, what's the best choice for the tribes, the visitors, and the community of Cannon Beach?
Thank you. Next.
Hi. I am Camille von Hirschman, PO Box 1475, relatively new resident, since 2020. I'm also here to talk a little bit about the Kennedy Beach Elementary project. Contrary though, I am in support of a survey. I think there is, information that will surprise us if we do an additional survey. I'm gonna read a comment and then, feel free to ask questions or whatever. I'm Camille von Hirschman, thank you for the time to speak with all of you. Like many of my neighbors, I followed the city's work deciding how to best utilize the school site that Kennedy purchased in 2020. My background is in gathering and analyzing data. So I've been especially interested in how the city elicited this community feedback during the project. In my work, I've seen the positive impact that can happen whenever there's a channel of communication with the people who will support or not support, as it turns out, a project. And I also recognize the challenge of getting people to respond to multiple surveys for information. I think that's particularly difficult in a town like ours where a lot of people aren't residents full time. So they might not know that there are things going on that they want to have input on. I've looked through the NECIS project files that are on the server. And in looking at particularly the information that was gathered from the community, it seems that previous efforts ran into a number of challenges. The things that I noticed were that the data is disaggregated by response channel. In other words, there were a lot of different channels that people could give information, mention concerns, talk about their excitement, but all of those responses weren't necessarily aggregated into one place so that you could really see the breadth of any specific concern, whether people all wanted the same thing, et cetera. So that leaves you sort of trying to struggle to get individual responses and parse them and then aggregate them with, say, the survey or event responses that we had. There was low survey participation as far as I could tell. It seems like at most I saw about 200 responses to a survey that was presented at an event. Given that our population is around 1,400, I think our voting population is around 1,200. 200 is not a very good sample size. When you have a very small community like this, you actually need a much larger sample size than you might expect in order to get realistic data that's representative of your entire population. So yes, our previous surveys weren't very good at gathering the information that we needed, and I think that's where a lot of frustration comes in. That we've done surveys, we've done some community communication events, but still we're left without a lot of information that really tells us what the community wants. There weren't any respondent demographics to slice the data by, so you can't tell really who's responding. Is it full-time resident, part-time resident, adult, child, tourist? So we couldn't really tell who we were getting which responses from. There were a lot of non-resident opinions included, it seems, at the events because no demographics were collected. And so that makes it a little bit difficult to understand how the community is going to vote on something like this versus, outsiders coming in and saying, yeah, I'd love to have, more tennis courts or something, but they're not actually going to vote on it as we ended up having to vote on this project. There were very few concern prompts in the surveys. They didn't really elicit concern information from respondents, from people who were asked to answer the survey. So that meant if you looked at the balance in the survey, most of the questions were around how are you excited about this? What would you be excited to see? What are you interested in doing, etc. Very few around, what are your concerns? What are the potential obstacles? So it really weighted the survey towards, trying to elicit positive comments rather than any negative comments or comments that might be constructive and help us really narrow where we're going. And I think, I'm not sure because it wasn't really clear to me, but it seemed like perhaps CETA did the survey. And to me, there's a little bit of an issue there because CETA is an interested party. And that might have been a decision that they made in order to, make sure to, hear what people wanted them to do, rather than trying to elicit the other kinds of comments that might mitigate against things they had already planned. So I think that we still need community input. I think there's been a lot of input gathered, including, I understand the native, indigenous people have been, have had a lot of input. And I certainly would love to see something around that as well. I think that we could still benefit from surveys in terms of not having this project come to a grinding halt again when we do a lot more work and then find out that people are not in support of wherever we planned it. So I think it would be good to gather realistic, actionable data in a very well organized, well structured, really clear, simple survey. I've actually been playing around with a survey since that's my background. And I have a draft of a survey based on what y'all talked about the difficulties of presenting all of this information to everybody so they can consume it and then give really good, well thought out responses, given the complexity of the subject that we're talking about. So I'm happy to share that survey with y'all. But ultimately, I'm really eager to come into Cannon Beach and be greeted by something beautiful there. I would love to see that happen. I just think that we really want to get everybody on side. It will be a community building. I think the TLT stuff is really kind of a confusing, and it's a bit of a distraction because it seems to me whenever I've looked at the TLT information that's available about legislation around that, that really a lot of the TLT funding can go towards the general fund. Like 70% of TLT funding at this point can go towards general fund, and so is not committed to tourist-based structures. That's because the 8% that we originally had here is, I believe it's 90% of that is able to go towards the general fund. And then due to more recent legislation and the 1.5% that was added, that has a higher commitment to tourist funding. But on the whole, and I recognize that we've got legal minds in here who can probably tell us this, but I've just heard different things from the council in terms of what the TLT is going to constrain us to do with this project. And I think it's really imperative that we get that clear.
Please wrap that.
Yes, I am. So I just want to say thank you so much for giving me this time, and I am really interested in seeing something really lovely happen there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Conner, PO Box 664, I just had a couple.
Yes.
Just have a couple comments on surveys in general. We did a citizen survey in 2017. We got a really great response. So when people say, surveys in, this test city or that city, we got a really strong response from that 2017 survey. If we're gonna do a survey, we should probably wrap the larger livability in Cannon Beach into it. Let's kill two birds with one stone, because a lot has changed since 2017. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Yeah.
Tim Brady, PO Box 429, Cannon Beach. I'll touch on, it's an exciting night for me, but as a policy geek, there's a lot of good stuff happening here. On the survey, whatever, it's gonna happen. I don't think it's gonna give you definitive information, but I hope that the council, this is a new council, and that's important too. What I hope that the council keeps in mind is let's do something great or do nothing at all. I really hate the idea of doing something halfway there. It's not pretty, it's not something that our city would be proud of. And so let's keep our eye on that. I'm excited about the Elk Creek presentation. I've written quite a bit about it, I've studied it quite a bit. What I think of this as is sort of proof of concept. So we're in a situation where the city is a party to this, whether we like that or not. It is a very problematic situation. The whole thing needs work. It's not just 2 units, it's 36 units. But I think this is a good kind of proof of concept for how will this work? What will it cost? Should the city get involved? Should the city walk away? Should the city let the whole thing fail, or should the city try and make it all work? And so I'm really hoping that the city sees the merit of participating with Elk Creek Terrace. On at least these 2 units, let's learn something from it. Cannon Beach Academy lease. I'm pretty sure you guys are gonna do the right thing there. I mean, I've not heard anything really against that, but I mean, it does just make sense. It makes practical sense that a big structural capital spending project like the one they are faced with probably should not be relegated to them as tenants. And so I'm hoping that you'll find a way to modify the lease or in some way make that work, because like Elk Creek Terrace, the city has a stake in Cannon Beach Academy. We care about that. That's a part of the fabric of the city, in my opinion. Got consideration of the Cannon Beach Chamber contract. This will be interesting. I think that I'm not wrong in saying that the chamber has been kind of at cross purposes with the city on a lot of things. I reached out to the chamber not that long ago and said, hey, let's rally behind affordable housing. Let's rally behind Elk Creek. I mean, it's in your interest. The only reason we're doing affordable housing is for the businesses of Cannon Beach, because we think it's important that you have places for your employees to live. I got nothing back on that. Maybe they don't like me, I don't know, but I would really call the question of how engaged the chamber has been in aligning with the city and doing things that have value for all of us. And finally, in the building fund, I've written about that since 2023. We're now up to 850,000 or thereabouts. We're up 50% this year. You didn't seem to have a lot of appetite, and I understand that a retroactive rollback would have been problematic, wouldn't have been fun. But there's really only one decision here, which is you pick the number. It's got to, building permit fees have to go down by 70, 80, 90% for some period of time. And you set these every year. So we'll monitor that fund and we'll see how it depletes over time. But it seems to be morally bankrupt to collect fees for something that nobody benefits from. And so we should maybe give the people who are building in Cannon Beach a break rather than charging them fees for stuff that we get over. Thank you.
Thank you.
About 84 Cannon Beach, be very brief. I just want to speak strongly in favor of supporting the roof replacement for the Cannon Beach Academy. It's a vibrant school, the charter school. It was about 40 students, kindergarten through 5th grade. The budget that comes from the Seaside School District as a charter school doesn't come anywhere near covering the cost of their operating. There's really no additional budget to pay for a roof repair or roof replacement. So I urge the council to support that. I'm a board member, school board of the charter school. I'm also a grateful parent. Our 8-year-old daughter Serena attends school there, with many other children. So I urge you to support that.
Thank you.
Good evening, Bill Vincent, P.O. Box 1190. Also, as Chet, member of the school board, item number 3 on your agenda, talking about the lease. It is really something that is, very critically important to us to get the roof repaired. We have, that's a pretty large percentage of our budget if we were to try to cover it, which is normal budget, which we could, we've been trying to spend, raise money just to, address the cosmetic repair, or the most urgent parts of the repair, building and Lotus, you'll see a tarp on part of it right now, because we have to get these things fixed, and that's temporary repair we could manage. So, as Chad, we really would look for your support for this, and, if you have any questions, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Todd Lawson, Seattle, Washington, class of the Hampshire. Speaking of that as an individual, active tribe member, but not on council. A lot of what I say will echo this tribe, but can't hold it verbatim. So, real quick, I've been here since the beginning, and, this $19,000, personally, I think it'd be better spent, one, lobbying Salem to get the bill over, if the TLT tax bill is gonna move forward. I don't know if you can do that, but to me, that would open up a lot of possibilities. The second, spend the money on education as opposed to survey, because so people have the facts about what is the TLT tax? What can we do with the TL tax? Then they really can't want pickleball courts if that's gonna be out of their property taxes, because I don't think people really understood during the election. Even people that were for it, they really had a clear understanding of what could be spent on what, based on where it was coming out of your guys' key. And third, there was a survey, just to start from scratch and talk about just huge generalities again would be not productive. You sort of know what the things that can go there. And the question would be, would you spend 25 cents per $100,000 value per house to have more pickleball courts, right? On property taxes, or on, I don't really fully understand the whole property tax. It sounds pretty restrictive here in Oregon. So, but to start again, boy, there's only so much that can be done on the lot. And architecturally, there's 4 or 5 choices. We could whiteboard them out here tonight and vote, and that would be the choices, right? There's not that many choices. So to survey again on that is sort of a waste of time. And I will want to say that to sort of in defense, there was a mention earlier about CEDA architects and doing the survey. They weren't doing a survey, they were doing programming. And everyone at that point was all in. Mayor Sam, everyone was all in on this project, and they were doing a really good. We can be critical of CEDA for many things, but they were one of the most earnest group programmers I've ever seen, right? I mean, it was amazing. And we were involved like never before. It was great. The resulting and the design review commission, that's another discussion that we can have at another day, but the thing has been programmed and surveyed and worked out to what can go on the site like I've never seen before. And you guys should be really proud of hiring a group that would do that for us. So it's a sacred site. Let's not blow it. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, is there anybody on Zoom?
Randy, you want to stand up?
Okay, Randy, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Barely.
Randy Neal, PO Box 1092. My comments tonight are a virtual repeat of prior comments. Many of tonight's agenda items are just examples that are back for discussion again. And most of them are, started by the years that the city has been spending, creating financial surpluses. It increased fees, it increased taxes, it padded expenses, had no clear reserve policies to justify these surpluses. It rears its head in the building fund. The building fund continues to be a turd. It was caused by an excessive fee increase in 2020, still hasn't been addressed in many years in any meaningful way. I would ask, does this, to get real action, do I need to write a letter to the state building code division. You know, I still suggest a rebate and donation option. Offer every applicant, contractor, 100% refund for any 2025, 2026 building fees. If they sign a waiver authorizing an 80% donation to the Cannon Beach Affordable Housing Fund, they get a 20% reductions in the fees paid. The building fund excess would be quickly reduced. All of those monies become immediately usable within the most critical fund that we have. The city itself can be the biggest donor. This is a win-win-win. Yeah, we need to get creative and make this happen. Other things have gotten creatively skirted. Let's not wait 10 years for this building fund to dribble away. The Elk Creek Terrace, you know, affordable housing is an important issue. This repair project request is a huge dollar request to fix two units. You know, one question is, would this request even be here if the city hadn't burdened its owners with water rates 2.5 times the norm over 4.5 years, costing them $150,000 over that time? Newsflash, per recent public records request, I think the Shorewood housing units were also affected in that 2020 rate change. It appears that they have 1-inch meters per duplex, for 2 duplex units. I think they probably have $60,000 of excessive bills over the 4.5 years. I'd ask somebody to really look into it. I don't have enough information to have a clear picture. The question now becomes, you know, what other funding options do the Elk Creek Terrace owners have, and how much of a housing backstop does the city want to open itself up to, whether it's Elk Creek, Shorewood, or other kinds of things? As said in the budget committee, the Cannon Beach Academy issue, this is a city-owned facility. A major repair should be paid for by the city. The city should schedule and plan for these within its reserve policy if we had one. The lessee shouldn't be required to prepare a grant request. This is a city's responsibilities for the building that's offering to community organizations. Comment on the chamber. I don't understand why a cap is so relevant now. We have several other $500,000 organizations that get 1/4 the scrutiny. Yes, there are issues with their financial statement reporting. Yes, there are issues with getting a clear picture. But when they go through their things, I don't really have ever heard major conflicts with how they spend their money and how they apply those monies into social media, printed media, etc. HRAP came out sounding like it was much worse shape from a management standpoint earlier in the year. It doesn't have quarterly reviews. There's been no really update on its status of what its issues are. In the meantime, we have lots of big strategic things that require your attention, whether it's CBE, housing, short-term rentals, etc. Let's spend the attention in the right spots. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? On Zoom? No? One last chance for the audience. Okay, thank you. So we will move into our discussion items. First item on the agenda is the Cannon Beach Elementary survey and next steps. Bruce?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. March 4th meeting, the Cannon Beach Elementary project was discussed and surveys came up. Council requested staff to contact a survey firm that could provide input regarding the market analysis firms who could assist with the new survey regarding the community input for Cannon Beach Elementary. We have John Orbit with DHM on the phone. He agreed to talk to the council about surveys and what is possible and what might not be possible. And so you have John. Great. John, can you go ahead and explain something? I know you've heard some of our folks talking about it, maybe make some comments.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Thank you to the Cannon Beach City Council for entertaining this. Also, I appreciate the comments ahead of time, both about the survey and just the general community involvement from the community members in Cannon Beach. I'm like to just introduce myself so everybody knows who I am and about DHM, the firm that I work for. Talk a little bit about what a survey can do and what it can't do, and maybe just be realistic about doing survey research in a community the size of Cannon Beach. My name is John Horvick. I'm the Senior Vice President at DHM Research. We are a public opinion and policy firm based out of Portland, Oregon. Another way to say what we do, we're pollsters, but I like to describe our job as we ask people what sort of communities they want to live in. We are fortunate to work with communities all across Oregon and the Pacific Northwest on a whole range of issues: transportation, education, healthcare, what to do with community assets, and how to pay for things. We work on a wide range of issues. And we've been in business here in Oregon since 1977, so we've had an opportunity to work with nearly every community across the state. I've been with DHM doing this work since 2008, so for about 17 years. We do a lot of survey research. We also do a lot of qualitative research. I spend a lot of my time traveling the state, sitting on the table with folks, having conversations about their community. I say that this isn't a qualitative research project that we're proposing, but I do want you to know that DHM works on lots of issues. We talk to Oregonians in multiple different ways, and we hopefully bring that expertise to any project that we do, including a survey in Cannon Beach. I will say with survey research, one thing I always want to make clear when I talk to folks for the first time about a project like this is that surveys are not intended, nor should they be thought about as a replacement to other forms of community engagement. It is one vital, it can be vital, one important tool that we have. It has some real strengths. It also has some limitations. And, whether it's town hall meetings or charrettes or city council meetings, whatever it might be, those are all important tools and ways to gather community input. The opportunity with the survey is to ensure, to the best of our ability, that everybody who is eligible to participate, and in this case, I think it's permanent residents, registered voters in Cannon Beach, everybody who is eligible to participate has an opportunity to participate, that they're all asked the same questions, that those questions we make our best attempt and hopefully are and perceived to be honest and fair, so that we can gather information about important questions at hand, so decision makers can act upon them, and that the community has confidence in what those results say. Other types of community engagement are also important. That town hall meeting where, there can be conversation and back and forth, and those who are most passionate about an issue have an opportunity to speak up and be heard. And surveys just provide a different source of gathering information. And that's where we think that we might be able to be helpful. I will want to say that, survey research there's a lot of variables that go into it. One of them is just how many people are eligible to participate. How big is the population? Because the truth is not everybody is going to participate. And that means that there's some ceiling to the number of responses that we get. And when you're doing research, of all Americans or all Oregonians, that's not such a big deal because, there's 300 plus Americans, there's 4 million or so Oregonians, but we're dealing with the community of Cannon Beach where there's about 1,200 registered voters. It's different. The typical tool that pollsters like me tend to use in a lot of survey research, particularly in larger populations, we do a lot of telephone calls. We still do telephone calls. We do a lot of text messaging, and then we have different tools to reach people online. I will say that those tools work in large communities. They don't work well in small communities. When you do a survey where you're relying primarily on the telephone, response rates are about 2%. You know, you think about Cannon Beach, a response rate of 2%, we get about 25 people to participate. And it's pretty difficult to justify the time and expense to get 25 responses. So what we proposed here, and we've used in other communities, is that we'd work with Cannon Beach to send a postcard, most likely. It didn't have to be delivered in a postcard, but a postcard that invites people to take the survey online. That postcard would be sent to every registered voter. That postcard would have a link that is in a some sort of ID or password, so that the survey can only be taken one time. We'd want to ensure that everybody has an opportunity to participate, but people don't have an opportunity to participate multiple times, put the thumbs on the scale. We would, to address some of the comments before, we would want to be thoughtful about the questions, of course, that we ask. And I don't have any judgment at this point about what the appropriate questions are. We would want to work with the city to determine what is the information that is needed to make the right decisions. We would want to gather information about the demographic information, where people live, their age, how long they live in the community, things that might help us understand, importantly, is the participants that we get back, are they representative of the community? We need to ask demographic questions like that to understand how well the survey represents the community as a whole. And if there is an important analysis to do about differences in attitudes or opinions or preferences, to help city leadership manage those, work with those, communicate to the public appropriately as it moves forward. Some projects we can, and we do, make a commitment and budget based upon how many completed surveys there will be. So if we were doing a survey, say, in the state of Oregon, we might say we're going to do a sample of 400 or 800 or 1,200, whatever it might be. And we're able to work towards and budget towards accomplishing that number. When we're doing with very small communities, we aren't able, I want to be clear about this, we are not able to guarantee a certain number of completes. What we can commit to is working with the city to ensure that best practices are used, that a questionnaire is fair and interesting, and to take all the steps to make participation as attractive as possible, and get as many completed surveys back within that. And I can't judge ahead of time. I want to be clear about this. I can't say we will get X number of surveys back. What I will say is that survey responses tend to be greatest when the following conditions exist. The invitation comes from someone who they trust, someone who they know and trust. In this case, if the invitation comes from Cannon Beach, it's a tight community. They know their leaders, that is a better way to get someone to participate than if you have a random person, a random stranger ask you. Another is that the survey is about important issues. And I think that this is clearly an important issue to the community. And then another is that is the questionnaire seem, or the survey seem fair to them? Do they feel like, that the questions are being honest? And lastly, that we can make a commitment to them that their opinions will be heard and acted upon. When those conditions exist, survey responses tend to be relatively high. And so we would want to work with the city to do everything we can to ensure that those conditions are met. And with that, I think I'd pause and entertain any questions that you have, or anything else that can be helpful with.
Anybody have questions?
Well, I guess my question is, when we're formulating the questions for a survey,
Yeah.
you mentioned, you would try and decide what are relevant and important questions.
Mm-hmm.
Who would you contact to determine what what are those questions? What are the important questions? What are
Sure.
the questions that?
So let me walk you through what our process is. Whenever we start a project, we schedule a meeting with DHM and my team. My colleague Hannah Borenstein and I would work on this closely. I would be the sort of senior sort of project manager, and Hannah would be my sort of day-to-day project manager. But we would schedule a meeting with the appropriate people from Cannon Beach. Cannon Beach would decide who those appropriate people are. I trust it would be the city leadership and anybody else that they feel like that they should bring in. And that's up to Cannon Beach to decide. And then we have a conversation.
Stop right there. You say Cannon Beach, who are you talking about?
I'm talking, so this is in the survey design phase. So this would be this city manager, I presume, and his team, and then but that is up to the city leadership to decide who they want to manage the project on their side. Is that what you're asking?
It
I want-
is what I'm asking.
Yeah, so that's not up to me. That would be up to the city leadership, not up to me.
Well, I think you've already identified a huge problem. I mean, because the election that we had, it was the city who made the decisions to go forward with the project that as it was set forth. And it was a group of concerned citizens who were against the project.
Mhm.
So if you designed a survey based on, what the city thought was appropriate, you'd have that same issue all over again of a whole group of people saying, oh, no, those aren't the right questions. That's not what we wanted. That's just what the city wanted. The city is trying to direct this, blah, 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 blah. That's what you have.
Well, I think what he's getting at is city leadership as Bruce and council making the decision of who is going to be making those decisions of what answers, what sort of questions we need to find out. So if we as a group decide that we as a council want to provide those questions or that sort of information to DHM, we could go that route, or we could delegate that and say, hey, Bruce, you and your team figure out how to get those answers with DHM and partnering that way. I think that's what he's getting at, but when you mean by city leadership.
Well, I understand that. I understand that's what it means. And I'm saying I see the same issues rearing their heads as already have when we had, the last decision-making session where we came up with this, what we thought was the city council at that time came up with what they thought was a great option. And then, a group of citizens thought it wasn't a great option. So I'm just concerned that if you design a survey based on something, a decision that the city council makes or that the city staff makes, they're gonna have the same issues again.
Well, here's what I can commit to. DHM would absolutely do our own independent research on the history, whether that's reading newspaper articles, reading past city council meetings, look at the past election results, to be fully versed on the different opinions that have existed in the community, and do our best to have that inform questions to be asked, language to use and how it is asked, so that, again, to the best of our ability, to have the survey be seen as objective. Absolutely. Now, at a certain point, the city of Cannon Beach has to make a decision about who gets to decide when the questionnaire is final. Like, someone has to approve it? And how that is managed from the city side, I would leave up to you all. But I presume that the city manager and his team would take a key lead in that. But that is, you're the client. You all will get to be able to decide how that's managed.
Well, thank you for answering the question.
Other questions?
The concerns that were raised in the public, were you present listening during the public comment phase?
I was, yes, yeah.
So the concerns that were brought up by Camille, from the previous stuff, do you have a plan of avoiding the pitfalls that it seems that the previous survey techniques fell into?
I'm not sure who Camille was. I didn't catch everybody's name.
You spoke of the disaggregation of data by response channel, low survey participation, no respondent demographics like data, the individual, all of this items.
Yeah, so again, we would, on survey participation, we would, again, work our best with the city to ensure all best practices are used so that we maximize what the number of completes is. I can't make a commitment what that number will be. I can only make a commitment we would try to do our best to get the highest number possible. I do absolutely share the opinion that we should gather the appropriate demographic information from those who participate. Now that information, of course, would be voluntary to provide, as I suppose any answer in any of the questions that we ask would be voluntary to provide. We want to collect demographic information for two reasons. I'd say the primary reason is to evaluate whether or not the survey responses that come back are representative of the community, or if some groups are over or underrepresented. There are ways to manage that in the data analysis, but at the very first level, we need to know that. And then the second is there may be important findings based upon differences in attitudes on any number of characteristics. Length of time in the community might be one. Proximity to the property might be another. Other things that might show up that could potentially help inform how to interpret the results and how to use the data, including, maybe how to communicate about it, or project design, any number of things. I don't know what this might be, but you certainly would want to collect that information so that analysis could be done. So yeah, we would very much encourage collecting that information as part of the survey for those reasons.
Okay, and in the proposal that was sent to us, has item page 2 of the proposal at bottom, length 10 minutes, 30 questions. That's your anticipated general expectation for what
right
result of this.
Right. So yeah, so survey length is always a balance of, like, I heard a comment that, the survey could also ask the general community satisfaction stuff. And I'm certainly open to entertaining that as an issue. That's something I'm not inviting that. I'm not taking that off the table if that's what the city would like to do. There is always a balance. The more questions you ask, obviously, the more information you can get, at least potentially. The more questions you ask, the more burden you put on the survey taker, the less likely they're going to participate. So it's a balance between these two different factors. I will say, in practice, 10 minutes is about the sweet spot. Once you get 12, 13, 14, participation drops pretty rapidly. If you go less than 10 minutes, then it's like, that's a lot of work to do all this, do all the mailing, set everything up, and not ask enough questions for it to be of value. The about 30 questions, just on average, we tend to think about 3 questions per minute is about what you get in a questionnaire. Now, that depends on how complicated the questions are, if you're changing response categories frequently because you're asking different types of questions. And so it's an average, but it's hard if you don't work in survey research to understand, like, what is a 10-minute survey? And it's about 30 questions. It can be a little bit more if the questions are tight and short and you use a consistent set of response categories. It can be fewer if the questions are more complicated or you need more text to describe things.
You say that your price does not include open-end coding. What does that mean?
So when you do a survey, there's different types of questions you can ask. You can ask like yes, no questions, or support, oppose questions, or like, dislike, things that have discrete categories of answers that you can count up. You can say X% said this, Y% said that. When you ask open-ended questions, you give people an opportunity to say anything that they want. You don't have the ability to easily turn that into a number. And so you have to read every comment, put it in, like you have to often clean up things, you have to spell check and sometimes some other things just to make sure it's a usable file. And then code it. You have to go through each one and say, okay, does this comment, how many comments about this type of thing did we hear? You have to read every single one, put in a comment, and people might say, their open-ended comments may have lots of different themes that show up, and you have to code all of those. And so that's a more labor-intensive process. It also takes more work from the respondent. So when I say 3 questions per minute, that's for close-ended questions, things like, dislike, support, oppose, yes, no. Open-ended questions, it's better to think about those like one question. You can do about one of those per minute. And so it's more burdensome for the participant, and it's more labor-intensive for the data analysis too.
So when you say 50 cents per respondent per question, that would mean, potentially if you have one open-ended question, that's the tenth of another, $600?
Mm-hmm.
And 2 open-ended questions, $1,200. So I'm just not sure, how many open-ended questions do you think you would use?
We typically don't recommend more than 2 in a survey. I mean, there are surveys where there's more than that, and certainly surveys more frequently there's 1 or 0, but typically wouldn't recommend more than 2. And that has to do somewhat for the cost of doing the data analysis, but more so the extra effort it takes to complete the survey. And when we make it more difficult to complete a survey responses decline.
Potentially another $1,200 if you have 2 open-ended questions.
And that price is based on the data analysis of those, so it's just the price would be essentially like if there's 600 people that actually sent it in versus 1,000 people who sent it in. That's where the price difference.
Right, and if certainly DHM could, I mean, you might say we don't want to spend any more than, I don't know, whatever the number is, $400 open and coding. We could make a decision about randomly selecting some number of them to code.
Any other questions?
Have thoughts.
Do you have any questions at this time? Okay. Okay, let's have some thoughts. Like, go first, Gary?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. So,
I think that we have been informed, and by we, I mean the people on council, as well as many people in this room, have been informed by years of public comment, a very extensive public process, and a vote of the people that have told us what they don't want. I think we've heard everything that people want from this project, and I think we've heard every concern. I think that we can develop a plan for next week that will receive a significant majority. The buy-in, accomplish most of the goals desired for the community on the site. And I just don't see us spending, tens of thousands of dollars to hear more of what I think we already know. I think there are many things that we would agree on. We want to create a place for the community to gather, learn, and engage. We need something less expensive than the budget that voters rejected. We want to improve the park and the entrance to town. We want more trees, native planting, and multi-use green space. I think we want added parking, that was one of the big concerns, was the parking. This is an opportunity for restrooms at a place where they're needed in town. I think a big one, and I'm sorry I didn't make it first, honor the historic site of the village of the native people of Nakuts, who resided there for generations, and doing that by interpretive kinds of messaging. I think we want to promote awareness and stewardship of our natural environment by adding interpretive information, coastal ecosystems and wildlife. And I think we want to encourage more community involvement in the park and fewer out of town experts. Those are the things that I heard that people want, and those are the things that I heard are the concerns from people. And so I don't know, to reset this back to where we were 5 years ago just makes no sense to me.
You said that very nicely, Gary.
Thank you.
I do have one question about your thoughts. How would you pay for it?
I personally think that the TLT money is an opportunity here. And, you know, I think the problem with the pushback that we got was based on this concept, and I don't really think it was true, but that it was gonna be some kind of big event center, or gonna be for weddings, and that's what people were told. But as long as this gorgeous park has the significant now substantial use to provide a tourist activity, we can fund this with TLT dollars, clearly.
Well, parks and trails, we can, yes, and this would fall into that category. I just. Yeah, and I have to say, I think your survey company is, I think that from what you've said, it sounds like it's great, and your survey, your knowledge of it is terrific. I just think that in this with this thing having gone on so long and so much community input over years and years and years, that we are beyond a survey.
I wish we would have done
Yes,
this
wish we
survey
had you.
5 years ago.
Yes, I wish we had had you on board years ago. I really do. I think it would have solved so many problems. But we didn't know, we didn't know to do that.
I think what we had, 80 community meetings, some of them all about, tell us what you want, tell us what you don't want. We were accused of not listening, but I was listening to everyone, and I think I have a pretty good idea.
Now, just so everyone understands, this is a city staff.
I understand.
With regards on how it could be paid for, there are multiple. So one of the things that we're doing, we were, as I mentioned during the water rate study, or water rates, is that we will be coming back to the council at the August 4th meeting. And we're gonna talk about the reserve policies. And once those are defined, what those policies are and agreed to by council, then there are additional funds that can be used for the plethora of projects that you have outstanding. So one would be CBE, one is the bridge, another is backbone, et cetera. So a decision could be made there. I don't think, under what you've described, which I believe is the kind of the consensus, I don't believe it can all be funded by TLT. Right, there is an argument for some of it to be fair, with TLT, and you'll have to figure out kind of what the percentage, how we're gonna do that is. But other could be funded for via general fund money, but that'll have to be a decision of the council.
It's possible, but I'm not sure what you're referring to that wouldn't have the substantial purpose of providing a tourist activity.
Well, for instance, if it's got a high percentage where it's gonna be used as community, which I thought you mentioned, the public restrooms. Again, we can't fund the entire public restroom with TLT. We can fund a big portion of it, but we can't fund the entire portion. So things like that. So yes, I believe depending on the definition of what the actual facility is, that we will be able to use TLT for it. Yeah, I don't believe it would all be.
I don't necessarily want to get into that debate right now, but, my understanding was we could fund 100% of a new restroom. Where we are faced with only funding a portion would be maintenance.
Correct. Maintenance, not
That's all collectively paid for and covers some city.
correct.
Facilities also there. Restrooms, the construction of them should be 100% covered by this. I would think every element of the park, which would be enjoyed by both visitors and the community, substantial purpose of the tourist activity. I think we can fund it completely, except maybe with some of the maintenance issues.
I think you have maintenance issues, and I do believe that you're gonna have a distinction between.
Parking. The portion we discussed about parking would probably be a hang up as well. That wouldn't be 100% funded through TLT. For that.
It's parking for the park. And again, I think we can't really define it here, but again, there will be opportunities both from a TLT standpoint. And from a additional funding standpoint, if the council decides to commit funds to be able to do that.
Majority of it will be funded by TLT.
Yeah, we probably have.
I really think that, I mean.
Again, whatever this has to define what the use is, Councilor Burke. So whatever the actual use is going to be.
We probably have enough money sitting right there in this fund, this school fund, to do something that's where we're not trying to save to ramshackle buildings.
Yeah, we're not gonna put a gate up and say, okay, now enough community members have used it to, and now we. I mean, if it's for the community and visitors alike, a park, how can that not be considered?
Again, and our lawyers have shown that yes, they can use TLT, but it cannot be funded 100% TLT. That's all I'm saying.
Wow.
100% TLT.
And I think, other than the maintenance issues.
Yeah, I think, let's get back, yeah, I guess.
But what I appreciate about what you're saying is there might be other.
Yes, and there is additional funding, the funding available through the TLT and the bond currently that you have would roughly be about $5 million, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, $5 million would build a beautiful park.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dan.
And I think was everything that I mentioned there as far as my list of what people are looking for and what the concerns are.
Well, I think I am also agreeing that it's way too late for a survey. But my big question always has been, and it sounds like from what you said, the buildings would go.
I just realistically, voters turned down $12 million. We looked at what we could do to possibly save those buildings, and by the time we got there, it's going to be $10 million. You know, is that substantially different from what voters rejected? I don't think it is. I think that vote pretty much determined the fate of two buildings.
I think there was, from the get-go, fundamental misunderstanding of how much the project was going to cost and how much it was going to cost to save the school. In the current structure that it is, that it was not understood by council, the staff, or the community, that it's gonna be $10 million to minimum to just have that building stand
Open the doors, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's where the crux of the whole thing came from, is that it was significantly more expensive than what everyone believed from the get-go, to save the gym
I
building.
think there were some, you know, expectations, some unrealistic expectations in the beginning. Because it wasn't until we really got into it that we realized we were looking at, you know, probably double digit
And,
millions of
and
dollars.
it took a couple of years into the process before finding out that dollar figure, that it's gonna be that much.
Anyway. You know, we've got 2 council members who are very well, very aware of the concerns of the public. I think, I'm sure you also have some things you would like to see there. I know the 3 of us sat through many, many meetings and listened to people as far as what they want and what their concerns are. And I think we can move forward.
So, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that the whole rationale that I had at our, the January or February, where we. Our retreat, when I suggest, initially when this got suggested going forward, trying to come up with a survey. Is that I had looked at, I'm not a survey expert by any means, and I had come to similar. Conclusions that Camille had, that the survey wasn't, that had been done, the surveys weren't representative, and I don't know how to voice any of that stuff, the way that she did, and the way that DHM has voiced how they would perform a survey, but that was my concern, is like, well, if that hadn't been done, I had seen, from my limited ability of understanding surveys, I had seen some flaws in the old survey. And the number of surveys that had gone out, and so that was my rationale for suggesting.
And I wouldn't argue
Let's do that.
with you that some of those, some of that was flawed. I mean, we really didn't have that grasp, people didn't have that grasp of, you know, the use of TLT dollars, and.
We just
so-
had a professional company like this, the survey department, who just does surveys, that's what they do, they do surveys. That, you know, if we had that expertise, we could probably save ourselves a lot of.
Yeah, like I said, I wish we would have gone that that route of a professional survey, but at this point, again, I just feel like we've been. Neck deep in it, we've heard it all, it's like, what more are we gonna learn that people want or are concerned about?
And I agree. I didn't hear you, Deanna. Oh, I said the whole town has been through it, right, yeah, and I agree, but I think we can move forward. I think that we can come up with a nice plan for that space. What Gary said was spot on, maybe missing a, you know, a couple little things, but nothing that would be detrimental and still leaving complete space for the food pantry there. But as far as the survey goes, Neil did say it very well, and we've already talked about that, but had we had a survey company come in at the beginning, I think we would be in a much different place. We might actually have a space that's complete.
So we have consensus about, survey. And that we're gonna move forward with what we're perceiving as what our community wants.
And that's another conversation.
Yeah. For another day. Stay tuned. Okay, we're ready to go on? Thank you very much. Thank you. And if we ever need a survey, we know who to call.
Thank you. We'll be here for you. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have the brief presentation.
Hi, y'all, just me again. Accompanying me is Tina Montero. She's one of our CAT board members. And Dan Brown, our executive director, is joining me as great. This is a copy of our presentation that we did for the community grants application. So this has a lot of great information in it. If for any of you that haven't already seen this, that want to do a deeper dive, there's a lot of extra information in here, but I wanted to provide this because it helps answer some more questions that were sent in the analysis information that you like. So I just wanted to start by answering the questions that were sent in the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
What is our mission? Connecting people with the resources they need to care for themselves and live. That's what community action team is. That's what we do. Are they standalone or part of a larger organization? And Dan's going to take that question. Oh, is he there?
Yeah, he's there. You're muted, Dan. Or something's wrong with your audio.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Had to find the right microphone here. So again, I'm Dan Brown, the Executive Director of Community Action Team. Appreciate the opportunity of presenting here again. Thank you, Jamie and Tita, for being willing to be there. Sorry I wasn't able to make it in person today. We are, if you're talking about Elk Creek, we are part of a larger organization. We're part of the whole community action team out of St. Helens. We are the CAP, as I explained before, that serves the Tri-County area. We have multiple services beyond just affordable housing. So Elk Creek is just a small piece of our portfolio and just a really, really smart piece of what we do. We do everything from typical social services, everything from veteran services to homelessness to rental assistance, senior programs, Meals on Wheels. Along with that, we do child and family development programs as well. We have all the Head Starts in the 3 counties. We have all the Healthy Families programs in the 3 counties, as well as I mentioned, affordable housing in our community investment department. We also do rehab programs. We do weatherization programs. We do healthy homes. A lot of individual work on individual homes as well, in addition to our multifamily complexes. So long answer there, but yes, we are part of a larger organization.
If they are we part of something larger? What are the rules of that relationship? Dan's going to take that as well.
So again, if we're answering as far as Elk Creek, I'm not sure exactly what the question means by are there rules to that relationship? You know, we govern the affordable housing based on the funding that we get to not only build it, but to operate it. So there are rules that govern that. As to the relationship between Elk Creek and Cannon Beach, the same board, the same governance applies to overseeing that project. And we'll cover a little bit more of that question in question number 2 as well.
Is Elk Creek the party to whom we should be speaking? Yes, Elk Creek is community action team. The contact would be, I'm the lead on the project, but Dan is who makes, needs to approve any decisions. We communicate together on anything that's happening there, but I would be your direct contact person versus on-site management. Okay. Describe how you operate, funding, decision-making, government, etc.
I'm gonna take that series of questions a little bit backwards. So as far as governance, we are governed by what's called a tripartite board. Because we receive funding for the Head Start program and also because we receive community services block grant funding, we are required to operate under a tripartite board. Tripartite board means that we have, as the name implies, 3 different parts. We have community members that have lived experience that sit on our board. So 1/3 of our board is made up of that type of persons. We have 1/3 in the public sector. So we've got a county commissioner or city councilor as joined us tonight, and Tita, thank you. And then the 3rd part is just general, private. So we've got typically try to get people that are active in the communities, whether it be somebody from a bank, whether it be somebody from another organization. But anyway, they make up equal parts of our board. So all the decision making for the policies and stuff like that are made up by the board. When it comes to the day-to-day operations, they lean on me to make those decisions, and I in turn lean on the program managers and the various programs to make decisions around their funding. Again, the source of our funding and the rules that surround that funding dictate a lot of the decisions we make and how far we can go. But it's kind of a trickle down, just like any other organization when it comes to decision making. As to funding, we receive a lot of state funding, we receive a lot of federal funding. Each one of those rules and regulations come with or each one of those funding sources come with a different set of rules and regulations. We have more funding codes than what I can name, probably about 140 different funding sources. So it's hard to keep track of all the different things and all the different programs. But anyway, that funding is kind of what dictates what we do. It's, all done within the mission statement that Jamie read early on. We're trying to connect people with the resources, trying to make them self-sufficient, trying to allow them to care for themselves. And certainly affordable housing is a big part of that.
It says, explain what you are requesting help. In the agenda packet, you guys provided our original application for our community grant. It explains, we are requesting the funds for a 2-unit remodel, which is our, our phase 1, that we call. And, so that information is in the packet. And, if it is a financial situation, how did it come about? I would like to refer you to, I did not put page numbers on my presentation. I apologize greatly. But there is a section there that says what happened. And if you don't mind, I'm just gonna simply read that. Page 4. What happened? The property was originally developed with a tax credit partner. At year 15, typically the time for a full rehab restructure in affordable housing, the partner decided they wanted a large payout to exit the joint venture. The payout amount was unrealistic, leaving no way to dissolve the partnership and do the anticipated 15-year rehab restructure. Cat spent the next 10+ years trying to reason with the partner. Finally, in late 2019, the developer exited the partnership for a small, reasonable payout. This paved the way for us to finally begin looking at options for the full, much-needed rehabilitation. Early in 2020, Cat connected with a skilled low-income tax credit developer to apply for the needed funds for the project. But once the capital needs assessment was completed and a pro forma reviewed, the developer concluded that the low rents and high cost of maintaining a rural coastal property could not support the debt needed to make the deal work. The developer respectfully walked away from the project, telling Cat that without substantial grant dollars, the rehab of the property was not feasible. During this same time, Community Action Team unexpectedly lost their asset manager. This position was not filled until 2022. During that interim, consistent oversight of our property management company was not available. When a new asset manager was hired in 2022, appropriate property oversight resumed and many concerns were discovered.
Can I ask a question? Why did it take 2 years to replace that person?
Dan could probably better answer that question. I am the asset manager and I am their replacement.
Why didn't you apply earlier?
I didn't apply, they reached out to me.
That's my question.
Yeah.
No, we just had trouble finding the right person. We were in the midst of, at that time, kind of getting into COVID and struggling with interviews and hiring, et cetera, et cetera. So.
Okay. When, and just a little side note, property management's my expertise. I've been doing this my entire adult life since I was 17 years old and I'm almost 60. So, when I came to CAD, and jumped into this project immediately. We started discovering issues, and that's where I won't need to read this whole part, but, well, I think I'm going to, for those who don't know, I guess, but,
I think we're.
you guys know all that, okay, so we just, when I showed up, we found all these problems. And they were just, they were drastic. And, the why is based on not proper property management oversight. And, you know, the lack of rent increases that we weren't getting, the lack of evictions being filed, losing, months and months and months of rent revenue. And it just collided with just the bill, the money, the management, all a bunch of things all just came at the same time. And so that's our financial situation. It just really hurt us. What controls do you have in place to make sure a similar situation won't occur again? Well, we now have, you know, control over the property. We don't have a partner anymore. Also, we have, you know, proper oversight. So I'm at Elk Creek on a regular basis. I actually have a workstation at Elk Creek. I show when I work there, they're often. There's just a tremendous dedication to that community.
And you do have an on-site manager.
We do, that has been a great help, at our community. And I know Tim has been to the property. And since we received our refund back from, the city of Cannon Beach, our taxes are paid, our water bills paid, and, we have invested in, we've had extra money to invest into some equipment, so you'll see that the parking lot stripe and power washed. We have the exterior of the property is getting power washed all next week. So we'll love it at the end of next week, anyone show up and just take a look at our community. And you will see how much pride we do take in it, and that is a big part in our on-site manager and our great communication that we have with him. And he's salaried at 20 hours a week in maintenance. So during his salaried hours, we're not paying extra for it. We just got the equipment. He's out power washing the property and he's driving the property. So, the roof cleaning and power washing of his 2-story units obviously needs a licensed insured contractor. So that's what we've hired, and don't come till the end of next week though, if you guys try to show up. So the oversight is a tremendous difference, and on-site management is a tremendous difference in the success that will happen there.
So with question 5, do you feel now financially that you have the ability to make this sustainable and fund the capital improvement projects?
We won't until the 2-unit rehab, if we were to be able to receive the rent, that's our kickstart to help generate more rent revenue, because that is a big deal. I look at rent revenue as, you know, if it's $1,000 a month, that's our range. And yard maintenance, you know, I look at it in $1,000 is this much money. $2,000 a month is significant for us, so that's gonna really help us with that. We also are implementing our rent increases at 10%, which we're able to do since we are finishing our CNA, which is required to be able to get into your 10% rent increases. I'm working directly with OHCS. We have a great team. It took a lot of work to get that team put together. That are really, very supportive of what we need out there. I'm working directly with a property manager. Her and I are communicating about, property. It's called a PIP, which is a property improvement plan, which I requested. They didn't come to me and say, you need to do this. I went to them and I said, I can't do this. I need help. We can't get the beams fixed. Quit penalizing us. But this is what we can do. And so we're team working that. Cause I kind of kicked and screamed a little bit. And so now we have a great support system through OHCS, which is a wonderful positive thing. So, see, got a little off track, sorry about that. So to, sustain, we need the remodel, we need the rent revenue, we need our rent increases. And that's where we can be stable. We just today, I got a rough budget. And we need to tweak it a little bit, and so it's not finalized, and I will be happy to provide that to you, it'll be ready in a few days. Cause I think that's part of, one of Tim's requests from me.
And there's a capital improvement fund building.
We don't, no, there's not. We are relying on our remodel and our grant that we're hoping to get this, awarded this $300,000 for the 2 units. And we are also working with, OACS on our preservation grant, which is that second grant. We are meeting with our chosen development team next week at the community. Which is required to get the application submitted for that grant. It's 2 separate things. There's a lot of things coming together at the same time. So they will be inspecting the property for the needs of that application and that big second phase, which is right now it's over 7 million. And then so if we have a remodeled property, then less maintenance, less bills. And I mean, it's gonna be a dream, but it is necessary. If we don't get that preservation grant this year, we'll just keep fighting for it till we get it. And that means that we especially would need the $300,000 grant to help generate that revenue to keep us moving forward until we can get that grant, because we will eventually get that grant, but I do feel very confident about our grant this year.
So I'm gonna add a little bit of information as a board member. Thank you for allowing us to ask for this grant. The Community Action Team has been around for a long time, but not really present a lot. People don't really see it in our county because it's a 3-county team. It's Columbia, Clatsop, and Tillamook. I've been on the board. I'm the appointed elected official to the board for Clatsop County, and I've been on the board a little bit more than a year. And I can tell you that this is probably one of the hardest agencies I've had to learn because there are so many moving parts. Most of the work that CAT does is based out of Columbia County. Much of the work they do in Columbia County as far as energy grants and social services, etc. That's done in Clatsop County by Clatsop Community Action. And it's done in Tillamook County by another agency called CARES. So what the CAT team, CAT has mainly in Clatsop County is Head Start for all 3 counties, and then owning some low-cost housing, or we could call it workforce housing, but it's below the AMI. And I can tell you that, as a Seaside City Councilor, I have looked at a lot of different kinds of housing, workforce housing, homeless housing, home housing, etc. So it is something that I pay a lot of attention to. What I have seen over the year that I have been on the board is greatly improved reporting to the board, and I'm going to give you credit for that. What we can see now is for all of the housing that is managed, we can see the turnover rates, we can see how much is outstanding in back due rents, eviction rates, etc. And what I can see is that if people are not happy where they're living, if they don't feel the management is good, if they don't feel and this is even with the low-cost housing, with workforce housing, there's a higher turnover rate. They have brought the turnover rates down, and by bringing the turnover rates down, that levels out and evens the income. And so this is where we're going. When I first heard that we were close to the possibility of having to shut down Elk Creek because we couldn't get anybody to help improve it. And 2 units that cannot be rented because nobody can live in them. We can get those units up to snuff, get people living in them, get 100% occupancy, and that's going to help make this make it pencil out, as the construction industry would say. And that's the kind of work, and we're seeing the results that you're bringing to us. And every month, we have 2-hour meetings. She prepares a report for us of everything, and we're looking at it and we're questioning it. So when I heard that there was a possibility that Cannon Beach was looking at investing in continuing keeping some workforce housing available here, I think it's really important. It's not just important for Cannon Beach, it's important for the whole county, because the whole county and all the cities in the county are investing in workforce housing. And for you to consider this as a continued investment is something that is not just for Cannon Beach, it's appreciated throughout the county. And so we really are appreciating that you're looking at it, you're giving it consideration, and whatever information we can provide.
So do you have a waiting list for occupancy?
Yes, we do. Oh, I'd have to ask my on-site, but we get those reports every month. And our waiting list, and they purge it. So they purge it on a regular basis to make sure that when we have an opening, that it's gonna be your top 5 people that, and they basically, they literally go from in a row, you have to.
Right.
And they get those, and it's like that. Here.
And how about your delinquent rent?
At Elk Creek, it's phenomenal. In a good way. Yeah.
Don't do that.
But we had horrible, like, let's see, when I showed up, we had people that weren't even getting non-pay notices and were delinquent 5 months. I had this one here this eviction one was 14 months with no payments. So we are 100% caught up on our certifications. We are, right now, we do have a delinquency that I just was helping them with, that is being navigated properly and on time. So everything's very consistent. Because it has to be like that. I mean, you have to be consistent with everything, everyone gets the same notice at the same day when you have delinquency. And it's just been very successful. So I'm very proud of that property and this on-site manager and the work that he's doing there, because he's on top of everything. And we have a good, we're a good team, considering I'm representing the owner. It isn't normal, I'm showing up there, and we just great teamwork, and we just get it done.
So you're on site, do you have a time frame where you're only gonna time 3 years, 2 years?
No, I'm not on site on a daily basis. I live in Deer Island, Oregon. So I'm literally 2 to 2 hours and 15 minutes away from site. But when I come here, I leave at 6:45 in the morning, I work till 5, and then I work a full 8 hours, so I make it a minimum 12-hour day when I'm out here, so I can get a lot done. And I'm usually here just for 1 day. If I'm here multiple days, I'm staying, like I'll stay here tonight and I'll go back to the property tomorrow and wrap up. But I'm here whenever they need me. And through this project, I would be here on a regular basis, so I got my monitors here, I got my desk here, I got a new file cabinet here, and it's set up so I can work from here. Because I work at all my properties when I'm here, so it's nice.
I heard like you said, you call it workforce housing or Virgin's affordable housing, and I know these designations are, they fly around and they all have a certain percentage of AMI, connected with them, so I always refer to this as affordable housing rather than workforce housing, which I thought was in a higher bracket of AMI, so.
It is affordable housing and, it is, the AMI is what we're assigned to from our, it just was. What would that be called? There's our covenants, our restrictions, Dan. It's
Yeah,
in our
covenants and restrictions from our original funding dictate the AMI that we're required to stay within.
So we have to keep these at this spot. So an example would be if there was a 50% AMI home that's available and somebody came in and was at 60%, you can't rent them. They have to qualify at that 50% level. So it doesn't matter if it's workforce or anybody, it just has to be affordable. It just happens to be our client, I mean, our tenants are workforce, but it isn't workforce housing, it is affordable housing. And not all of our client, not every single tenant is a workforce client. We have some disabled, some seniors.
Thanks.
You ended your discussion, I think that would be used for ongoing investment.
Well, I consider this an ongoing, this is an investment. You're investing in the community by doing this, yeah.
So the $299, $899 was requested through the community grants, is that, you said that's seed money to get the 2 units back up and then create solvency for the apartment complex itself?
Yes, well, right now, the immediate need are these 2 units for that reason. But ever since we've been here, we've applied for many different types of grants. And the OHCS preservation funds, we were just, it's been about 3 or 4 weeks, isn't it, Dan, that we had that meeting with Kate?
Yeah, about 3 weeks.
She had mentioned that they are, and we won't know because we're waiting for the legislative rule or whatever it is. But they're moving, what's nice is they're moving preservation money into specific areas. So they're gonna designate a certain amount of millions of dollars to rural instead of it all going into metro. Because that's where all the money's going, so we're left with nothing, which is why we haven't been getting any grants. So the team that we've built at OHCS that are reaching out to us, we're not now just reaching out to them, we have this great relationship. They're telling us, get your application in, this is what you need to do, this is how you do this, and it's a new system. Which requires us to have hired an architect, and a developer and a consultant. And then our contractor, and that whole team is who communicate and build this application for us. We don't just do an application, they have to do it for us. So we have that team chosen. And we're getting ready to submit that application with a high possibility of getting our full funding. Which if we do that, then the 2 units will be complete. And then once that's done, like we'll roll straight into the full rehab. And so it's the 300 is the beginning. It's not seed money, it's just that urgent, that's what's the most urgent right now, because we don't know if the rehab's gonna happen, we just feel like it's gonna happen.
It's like the jump start to getting to go further. And it can only look good to OCHS to see that investment is being made to bring these units back in and in order to be able to upgrade and maintain the viability of the whole complex.
Okay, so you anticipate that, if you receive the grant and accomplish that task, that'll put you in a higher standing to receive the CAS?
Yes, because it'll
Reservation,
help us.
that there are other investors within the
I
property.
think so.
Yeah, we're very likely gonna have to be able to, float a portion of this with the loan as well. So again, anything we get, especially, being able to bring money into the projects right now is gonna greatly improve our options for that, improve our chances.
Anybody have other questions? Ask them.
You wanted to add just one couple things. I just wanted to answer Tim. Tim, you had sent me a list of questions. Tim wrote them. And, I sent over the summary of the CNA, the notes, maybe anticipate how that was figured around the 17th. And then, once we meet with, I have a thumb drive of all of our site plans and all of that.
Council gives me the okay,
Yeah.
and we.
So just follow it and meet with whatever it is you're meeting, and then I can just start getting it.
So we haven't seen that.
Did which the CNA?
No, the document she's referring to.
Oh, no, I just sent them some questions that I asked about the agreement,
Okay,
potentially.
okay, thank you.
And of course, we know we need to go through development team, all of that for our design, all of that. I know that we need, that comes next.
I have a question.
Okay.
Sorry, I have a question. So if you're to get the funding, when can this start? And how long do you anticipate it? How long do they anticipate it taking? And did you get more than one bid?
We reached out to another contractor and developer, and so no, we only got one bid. Our other option wasn't available. And also, we were in a time crunch to get this because this opportunity presented itself and we wanted to go with who we were familiar with, who we knew was already an approved contractor with OHCS, who has a really good standing, who would be a good partner for development team and whatnot. So we had to make the decision very fast. And the person who you want doing the 2-unit remodel, you want to be the same person that's doing your full remodel. For 2 reasons. One, because he's already familiar with the project. But once he digs into this first phase, it's gonna tell us a story of what's really going on. Because until we rip that siding off, is when we're gonna know really where we are. And so that's gonna be a tremendous help in getting that second rehab numbers finalized, because we're gonna know. And also, the CNA, inspections that we did, in June, in middle 10th of June, they came out, that was also his recommendation, that it's great that we have the opportunity, if we can get these 2 units done, we can tear into that, and that's really gonna help us finalize, the bigger project. So one bid, and when would it start? Time, see, Riverwood. This is what happened when you don't eat dinner. There is a timeline on here. It's not gonna take too long. Beyond the renovations, what's next? Oops, it's
16 weeks.
yeah, it's only like take 2 months. And it won't be able to get started until the one thing we need to do is we need to figure out the siding package. So we need to communicate with development and the architect on the siding package we want. And also the back heel side and how much grading needs to be done to do the 2-unit project. So the numbers might change a little bit because most of that we have designated for what we have. We're just gonna get a little bit of grading work done to get that siding in on that one building. So about 6 to 8 weeks.
Okay, and what, so if they get in there and they take the siding off and they find out it's a much bigger disaster. Very quickly explain where you're gonna get the money to finish it if it's $150,000 more than their.
We don't anticipate it would be that much with that one unit, because remember, we're only doing one unit. 706 is the only unit that has the urgent siding needs right now, and that's why we have such a big contingency in there. And so, and also 706 is open on one side, so we can see a little bit of it. And he included in the bid, in it's kind of small writing, so it's hard to see, but on his bid, you'll see. That page is we have a $35,000 contingency. It's a 15% contingency, which is pretty significant. And then he's doing his line as needed stripping. And but one, I will say that if you saw, it makes sense if you were looking at the building, but right now it's the front, under the front window on the right side. And where we see the dry rot at the base is if you can, what's the word? There's a contracting where we just, cut a 2x4 and you stick it in and you add it to it. There's a, what was that?
Yeah.
Yes, scab it in. But, so that it's still supported and proper, because right now you can't take a pen and push it through the wood. It's not that bad yet. So hopefully that helps.
As far as you know where you can see,
Yes,
right?
at the base,
That's good.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate you having us again. Thanks so much.
So Tim, you want to come? Tim, see, you want to come? Okay, what, if we were to grant this request, what do we need to do?
So I think basically you just need to let me know, and then what I need to do from there is probably draft an agreement with CAT and then bring that back to you for formal approval. And I think those would be the next steps.
And where do we take the money, you think, out of our
Affordable, that's what my understanding was, the original, we transferred 500,000 over, but we have the idea that 300,000 may be earmarked for this project, so.
Okay, yes.
So we have the money set aside, but now I think we just need to work on an agreement with.
I think it's really right.
We got like that consensus on it, if we, so we're moving on.
Yeah.
All right, I have my marching orders.
Okay. We'll get it done tomorrow.
Yeah, probably not tomorrow. Well, if you want me to roll on everything, sure, I can have it done tomorrow.
So I had a city process question with it, with our current building, or our current planning or community development rules. Is that project gonna have to go through DRB and they take all of those additional processes as well?
That part I do not know. My
My
job is
major foundation of a, it shouldn't have to, state laws, but for our current development code.
I can follow up with Steve tomorrow.
And then we can find some.
Well, if it's a major modification,
It's a reality of the existing project, so I
would be happy if it,
Yeah.
all of those aspects.
I will just, because they pretty much give us a plan, I will run it by Steve and
Okay.
see what we have to process there.
That's a good
Then I'll
idea.
let that continue.
Hanging up for me.
Yeah.
month or
And-
and a half.
And I had some thoughts that I shared with, Bruce and Tim about how, we should probably go about, or I think would be good for us to go about, extending the funds.
Okay, yeah, so we'll, like I said, we'll work with Kat, we'll work with the attorneys, we'll get it squared away, and then I'll bring back the agreement to the council to formally move on.
And if you could please put on the top list, check with Steve,
And I got right here, it's check with Steve on.
Yeah. because that's been it.
Yeah.
Timeline.
Mhm.
So give us the right answer.
I'll do my best.
Okay,
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 all right,
thank you very much.
excellent. I've got the next item too.
I know. We don't have time to. Okay, so that's on the agenda, we have the Cannon Beach Academy lease discussion.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay, so So I believe as the council is aware, during the, essentially during the budget process, came to our attention, Cannon Beach Academy, came for a community grant for a large amount with regards to both the sprinkler system and the roof. That came to our attention, or mine in particular, in that the current lease that we have with Cannon Beach Academy has them responsible essentially for all basic maintenance, and we receive $100 a month in lease payments for that. So really, the question is to council, should we set a, one, should we keep the lease the same, which I don't believe anybody's kind of in that regard, but that would be the first question. If not, then what would be for ongoing capital needs, would we define something as say major, like a roof? Would we maybe put a floor or ceiling for what Cannon Beach Academy would be responsible for, and we'd be responsible for major capital above a certain dollar amount, say 10,000, 15,000, whatever number you would like that to be. And then would you want us, and I'd work with Public Works, Karen and Trevor, to work with the academy to start a project if you were good with that. So that's kind of the pitch right now.
So Tim, if Holy Manor Arts Colony needed a new roof, who would pay for that?
I believe it's the city.
The city would pay. This is a school, which has huge benefit for the community.
I just wanted to remind everybody, I did not write this lease.
Okay.
I just want to be clear.
But I could give a little bit of history on it, because I've been involved with this since day one. We needed a building and we needed it quick, and we had a city manager that you know, and ultimately a counselor who, or council who, saw the fact that we were receiving money from another taxing district, the school district, and that we didn't pay rent and we would be responsible for maintenance, and we wanted to get the school open. And, you know, we've got a lot of hindsight reminders tonight, but, we wanted the school in Cannon Beach. That's how that was. But it's time to revise it.
Right, and so that's basically my question to council. Do we want, is there a, because this will be, it's a very active building, so, you know, they're responsible, say, for, you know, a hole in the wall or whatever. But then we're responsible for the roof or replacing all the windows or something like that.
So would you suggest a monetary amount?
I normally I would say major capital, but if I put major capital in a contract, then I'm gonna have a fight over what major capital is, you know? So we could say major capital and then put a dollar amount on it, say 10, 15,000 or 5,000 even, whatever council feels is good. But I think we say major capital being defined as something more than 10 grand or whatever.
Is it reasonable to say something like, life safety and structural?
We could definitely,
I feel like that's where major capital ones are coming in, so you have life safety, the sprinklers, the structural, the roof.
Yeah.
Any structural repairs to the
Yeah.
building,
I mean, people get pretty creative around life and safety, but yeah, yes, it would, something like that.
Well, and then you could put something in there too, that the academy is responsible for day-to-day maintenance, utilities and tenant improvements, and utilities would include the plug in the wall doesn't work. They need to have an electrician come out and fix that, right? Yeah.
And I'm not away too now, but it seems like we need this new language for both contracts. The 12 hall just says the city is responsible for the repair of both the interior and exterior of the building to keep it in reasonable working order, including all utilities, plumbing and landscaping. It sounds like kind of need to rework both of those with similar language.
So is the city currently going over and doing landscaping at the Colorado Hall, but not the school?
The garden club is doing a lot of the, is doing a lot of the landscaping at Alabama Hall.
I'm okay, along. Okay, because it just says in you're in the lease. The city would be responsible for that work.
You know, and
Hindsight, there's a lot of squishy. things back and forth.
I asked for a copy of the lease for the food pantry, and I think those are the 3 leases, right, of the city, buildings.
Library too, right?
And, there's the library on there as well.
No.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
But for those 3 buildings, I really think that if we come up with a good plan, that all of the leases should mirror each other. That way, there's not a question. We just, whoever's being asked is just gonna know what it says, and it's not we're not gonna be trying to, going back through this over and over.
I think Ashley's got it drafted already.
Yeah, I'm listening, and I mean, what it sounds like is that we want a template lease for all city-owned facilities that are leased out to our community partner agencies. Do we want like consistent? So I have consistency in terms of responsibilities for repair, maintenance, capital improvements. I'm assuming there's going to be some divergence in other terms. We're going to probably talk about that next in the Tolovana Hall. Do we care about consistent rent, or is that something that we would be able to modify the template for?
Well, Colvin doesn't pay rent.
And the food pantry.
And the food pantry doesn't, so, I mean, and the rent, the school pays is for token rent, really. So I think, and I also think that, well, I don't know, I guess everybody's in this, all 3 groups are in pretty much the same budgetary situation. I mean, there's limited funds that the school gets. And so there's only so much, so much money that they have to do an improvement, even if it's not a major capital improvement. And the same thing is true of the food bank. So I'm not, I'm not sure. I'm concerned about a number that is too high. That's what I'm worried about.
A number, I'm sorry, for repairs or for rent or for what?
For repair, not rent. There's no rent to do it. I'm talking about for repairs. I don't want, I mean, if the paint is peeling off the outside of the building, that's not a safety issue or, so who pays for that? Who pays for repainting?
And it's the council's desire to have the city essentially assume all the costs or the majority of the cost of repair and maintenance for these facilities.
That's what they do for Toll. Sorry.
But for all 3.
The cinnamon improvement is hot. Then that's what they do for Colorado Hall already. They city pays for all utilities, all maintenance. All those things for Tolovana Hall. They don't do that for the school. They don't pay all the utilities for the school. I'm not sure about the food bank if they know we pay our own. So the food bank pays its own utilities. So when you're talking about the same, a lease that's the same for all three. I'm not sure how that.
Well, there's still gotta be negotiating factors.
Yeah.
I think you still have to have negotiating factors, but the body of the lease itself should be pretty in unison. I know, I think it was on the food pantry, it says that the lease can be canceled at any time within 60 days by either party, but for, I think it's the academy, it says 10 days. And what's the academy gonna do if the city decides they want the building, gives them a 10-day notice? Yeah. Right, so those are the kinds of things, you still have to have that negotiating power.
A couple questions probably for Jen. So Jen, do we have copies or most recent copies of all three of the leases? And are they expired or are they in the middle of their terms?
They're all, we do have it, and by the way, I did look, there is a lease for the library. Oh, did not know that.
It's like 100 years or something.
Yeah, it goes from 2016 to 27. So, yeah, I believe they are, well, obviously the lease for the library has a while to go. The, Alabama Hall is up for renewal in December. The Academy, I have to peek real quick because I can't remember, but I think they're all in it. But I know Alabama Hall is up for renewal quickly. Oh,
Okay.
2028, charter school.
Okay. So, I mean, what I can do is get a hold of the most recent version of all the applicable leases, and then our office can draft a template. And again, some of the terms are going to be different because the uses of the building are a little different, but we can have consistent terms such as, the notice for termination. I think that's a great point that one has 60 days and one has 10. Not that the city wouldn't treat everybody fairly, but, there's no reason those couldn't be consistent. And then what I hear you guys saying is for that the city, especially since we're the owners of these buildings, wants to assume the responsibility for all like the significant repairs. I'm assuming the utilities, and then have some sort of metric in here, which would trigger our responsibility to do the repairs versus the responsibility of the tenants. Is it the council's desire that the tenants would be responsible for the day-to-day maintenance?
Yes, yeah, I know that's fair, yeah.
And then just because, I'm an attorney, which means that I think in doomsday scenarios, I do think we will want to have some clause in there, just to make sure that the buildings are used appropriately and that there's no negligence. So, have clauses that encourage reporting of issues and, if some of the damage is caused by the leasee or the people that they invite into the buildings, that there would be some responsibility for that sort of damage. Would the council be open to that?
So, for instance, if they don't conduct routine maintenance.
Yeah, or they're not that anybody of these would be, but again, doomsday scenario that they're negligent in how they use the facilities. They, aren't careful in moving around furniture and cause damage to the city's building. I would want some sort of mechanism in these leases to share or, recover the costs of that negligence.
I think that's fair. Yeah. Fair.
Okay.
Responsibility.
Okay. So, I mean, we can keep discussing, but I can also just have that as an assignment for our office and bring it back to you.
I have a question about the $100 rent. Is there a legal obligation as to why there's rent charge?
Again, that's the desperation of opening the school. Yeah, there is a patrol around.
Yeah,
No,
and for the food bank.
No, I mean,
Seems arbitrary.
every contract has to have an exchange of what we call consideration, but that doesn't necessarily have to be monetary. So, they're providing by running the programs that they're running in the city's facilities, they're providing a service in exchange, we're providing the building. So no legal obligation, but there has to be an exchange of benefit.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on.
But the one other thing though, okay, so these contracts are still gonna take,
Oh, I know,
right?
yeah.
So do we wanna go forward with repairing to do the roof? Since it is summer, it would be definitely start.
I think we do, yeah.
All right.
Is there consensus on that?
Okay, all right, I will.
Let's work violator of these.
I'll do.
Then we'll say.
Okay, I will work with Public Works and Karen, and we will get that started.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you. Okay, on to the Tollbon Hall. Lease discussion. Bruce, you can start us off on this.
I think that here's
What's that?
the,
Tollbon.
Oh, one me?
yeah.
Okay. I can do it.
Here's what I had in on, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, Councilor Kerr requested a discussion regarding the use of Tollbon Hall at the May 13th, 2025 meeting. Tollbon Hall is leased by the Tollbon Arts Column. The lease has specific language regarding the use of the premises. As a public building, private events are not allowed. The current lease expires on December 31st, 2025. Would you like me to continue reading the analysis and information? I'm sure you've seen it.
Yeah, we've already.
Yeah, okay.
So let's
Discuss
discuss.
the discussion then.
So I would just add, you know, after that last meeting, it seemed like there was a consensus that certain kinds of community events could be allowed. And then I was asked to go back to the board, come up with the framework, which you have before you of, you know, rental fees, you know, policies, rules, et cetera.
Well, those rental fees, I was confused, are those for community uses?
Yes. Well, the community uses like a coaster theater rehearsal or a nonprofit meeting is free. This is for like a private baby shower. So all the community uses that are currently free would stay free.
So with private baby shower, then we're talking about private event.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
so I'm confused, so it is a community hall, correct? Is it a community hall? I guess that's my question. Is Tollbon Hall a community hall?
I
Community,
don't know what that means.
is it for use by the community?
I don't know what you mean.
Use?
You don't
And they're doing things by the community, the people who live and work in Cannon Beach. Is it a community hall or isn't it?
You're asking for a kind of legal definition that I'm unclear about what you're going for.
Legal definition.
Well, so I guess I can expand on your question. So are you asking community hall as exclusively used by events that are for the community, or community hall as a building that can be used by the community for whatever the community deems? So in essence, if
Like-
somebody were to have a party in the community,
Right,
that's.
exactly, is that a community use? Or if you, okay, or if a bridge club wants to go in there
Mhm.
and have a weekly bridge game, is of local people, is that a
The
community?
distinction
use?
I would make is if the bridge club was open to anybody who wanted to play bridge, it'd be a free, allowed, you know, even co-sponsored use.
Or my confusion comes with the red line or blue line version. Because it actually defines what a community group is.
Which is what I thought we
Community
had.
groups and clubs are nonprofit organizations with addresses within Clatsop County. But then it says, may not be allowed private meetings or parties, but then we have a fee schedule that is for private parties and meetings.
I'm confused, I thought that was the whole thing we came here to do, to allow, you know, the kind of celebration of life or baby shower.
Can I help with that? There were two parts to this. One was asked to define what the community group would be. And then Andrew was asked to bring back some information that if they were allowed to do this, what it would look like. So there's two different things there. Ashley was on the lease and Andy's prepared to get our.
Go ahead, Ashley.
Hi, yep, so Jen said a lot of what I was gonna say. You know, my assignment here in making some red lines to the lease was I understood that there was a concern about how the public had access to Talavana Hall and when and if private parties were or private events were going to be allowed. And so, you know, with my assignment, with my understanding that the council wanted to at least consider allowing some quote unquote local groups to have private parties to try to come up with a definition that would meet the council's needs. And again, because Talavana Hall is so intertwined with the city, we need to make sure that if we're opening space up to the public, we're doing so on an objective and content neutral basis. And so here's sort of what I came up with is that the leasee, Talavana Hall, can hold classes, lectures, meetings, forums, and similar events that are open to the public and available to all. So any kind of event that any Joe Schmo off the street can walk in and participate in, those are always fine. You know, those are community events that are open to all. But then the next question, should some groups be able to have private meetings, you know, a meeting of, you know, a knitting club or a celebration of life, as you talked about, or, you know, a private meeting of the Girl Scouts? Like, you know, is there a way to allow some community groups to hold meetings that are not open to anybody off the street to come participate in? And so the language that I have in front of you is leasee may allow local community groups and clubs to hold meetings. Local community groups and clubs are nonprofit organizations with addresses in Clatsop County. So your garden club, if they're a 501c3 and they are located in Clatsop County, they can have a private meeting at Talavana Arts Hall. You know, any group that meets this definition, that you're a 501c3 and that your address is within Clatsop County, have equal access to the Talavana Hall if they choose to use it. All other types of private meetings or parties would not be allowed. So your private celebration of life, not allowed. Your private baby shower, not allowed. But your garden club that's a 501c located in Clatsop County, yes, they can have a private meeting. So this isn't designed to be the end of the conversation. What I put together is just proposed language for your consideration, hoping to strike the right balance to start the conversation.
So
that helps.
For an example, if the garden club is holding a celebration of life for a member who's recently passed, would that, as a private event, would this be something that the Talavana Hall would use this fee schedule to recoup the costs of opening, closing,
They have to call it a
scheduling? Is that what the intent?
I thought the whole intent and the reason why we're here was to allow people that are not part of a 501c3 to have access to a place where they could have a celebration of life. That was the understanding that I walked away with and why we developed the fee schedule.
So if somebody from Portland.
No, and we talked,
had a celebration.
we talked about that last time, and when we
Portland
talked about
person.
community members, you know, addresses in Cannon Beach, not, because we don't want to open it up to people having a family reunion that nobody, you know, lives there and using it like a restaurant or a place that you know, a party rentals. Like, it's just, you know, there's community uses that it's a great resource that I believe, and I think a lot of people in the community believe, because they come and they ask me, you know, can we have a baby shower there? I thought we had reached a consensus that we wanted to support that at the last meeting, and I am a little puzzled where that was not.
Maybe we need to written in there.
Yeah.
Do we, starting with, item 2, is this satisfactory?
I love item 2. And the definition.
But, so, I don't know if Eric was making a point, but what came up for me was that, well, what if the garden club has a celebration of life? Is that a meeting?
Is that a question?
Slippery slope of this whole thing. Which I want to clarify for the community, for us, for everyone, you know, that if you don't happen to be a member of the garden club, can you have a celebration of life there or not?
That could be a question for you, Ashley.
Yeah, so my answer to that would be yes, if the garden club is a 501c3 with an address in
We're talking about if someone's not, the garden club is not involved, just a regular,
No, we.
Right.
unaffiliated.
Just that
Yeah.
right as far as I was.
Yeah, so let me finish because I think I'm getting there. If the garden club is a 501c3, they're located in Clatsop County, they can use Tolovana Hall to hold any sort of meeting that they want. That meeting could be a celebration of life for their longstanding member. That would be a yes. However, if a private member of the community comes up to, comes up and asks to hold their celebration of life at Tolovana Hall, it would be a no, because that person doesn't meet this objective criteria. And I understand that, I think the issue here is to be able to draw, some lines that, it's
Agree on 1 and 2. Do we agree with 3 that they may not allow private meetings or parties, or is that language not what we are intending?
My thought, I think, is kind of in the direction of what Andrew was believing, that we were talking about, is if it's a member of the community. So I don't know if we define that as somebody who voter registration in Cannon Beach, that counts you as a member of the community, being able to hold a private event. That was my understanding, that we could, at least that's the way I was thinking. I don't know if that's the way the whole council was thinking, but that's kind of my thought process.
It must have been, because I think we asked Andrew to do a fee schedule.
And that's what I asked.
My suggest.
Yeah,
Yes.
That's what the.
is that they have to be a member of the community in order to do it, and I had just pulled it out of my hat.
And that makes it another thing we need the definition on. What is a member of the community?
Right.
Cause you could own a house down here, and never be down here, but want to do a wedding or whatever for some family member, and that wouldn't be a member of the community that's taking, that's part of full-time resident. Maybe they would, but.
A resident. Another question I have is who did the fees go to? Since the city pays all the utilities, all the maintenance, all the repairs, who did these fees go to?
We had a discussion about it, and the board consensus was that like it should cost something, because there's just a more sense of participation and ownership, and it makes it a little more, there should be a little bit of participation and not a barrier to entry, but as it stands, with the time that it will take the staff time, it's gonna be close to a wash. This is not gonna be a profit-making endeavor.
You already get a salary. Is it
I don't have a
part-
salary, I'm an hourly.
Oh, you're an hourly now? No.
I wish I had a salary.
It's like we have a staff.
No, I've never had,
Not a monthly fee, so you're always just. paid
I'm
by the hour.
probably contract,
Okay,
not even.
so in that case, this makes more sense to me. So I thought there was some, in the budget that I looked at, it looked like there was a line item for someone to manage.
I mean,
I think there is, but it's called that, and I think it goes a contracting for, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my understanding.
So even though it's a line item for a set amount, it's still.
that's just a budget projection.
Okay, all right.
Can I ask a question? So is it am I understanding the council's desire that community members can rent Tolovana Hall and use it for private events? Is that the consensus of the council?
That's where I was trying to get to, too.
Yeah, but we don't know what a community member is.
So that was my follow-up question. Yep.
So somebody that has a driver's license, and beach address.
Good.
And then if that person's a community member, they could hold an event for out of town family who comes into the city.
What about if it was private, like the private event is attended by, you know, primarily community members? 51% of the people at the event would be.
No,
I don't know, I'm just brainstorming.
good thought, but,
Okay. I don't get paid the big bucks.
what if we had registered, maybe you're doing, what if we had registered voters?
How do we ask for voter registration? You know,
It's public record.
Yeah.
You're registered.
Oh, right.
Yep.
But again, so that's a Cannon Beach resident who's on the voter rolls and they wanna hold a family reunion. And nobody else is from Cannon Beach. Is that right?
51%.
I think you have community members, it's gonna make that's all there.
I wouldn't take responsibility for my family, I'd make consent. Yeah, right. But, Tina was saying that, you know, taxpayers, well, I rent here. I own a business here. Do I pay taxes here? Absolutely, because my rent includes a property tax and includes a property tax for the business.
I think they're also registered voter.
But I am a registered voter. So that kind of, you know, there's a little bit of a sticky wicket there. Am I paying property tax? Absolutely. Am I paying it directly? No. So,
You've also got community members that are clearly community members still live in Seaside. That voted Seaside because they can't afford to live in Cannon Beach or they have chosen to live in Seaside, but are clearly members of our community. They're working, they're recreating, and doing everything here in Cannon Beach.
I'm sure Ashley's getting some really good ideas about how we can define what a community meeting is or not a rise.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm just trying to think through some ideas, like, you know, perhaps Clatsop County is the geographic region that you're looking for, and maybe it's a utility bill.
If that works.
Clatsop County, no.
Well, but a renter in Cannon Beach, the utility bill is under the owner's name.
No.
The power.
It's electric, yeah.
Yeah.
Electric,
Yes.
yeah. Oh, I have
Yes.
a part of my house.
It's just
For the
Water,
land.
electricity. Okay.
You know,
Can I give you a comparison from Seaside?
Oh, please.
The closest thing that this appears to me to be for Seaside is our Chisholm Center. The Chisholm Center is owned by the city, but we basically pay Sunset Empire Park and Recreation to manage it. However, the rooms at the Chisholm Center and the rooms in our library, we do rent out. We don't give them free to anybody. It doesn't matter who you are. What we do is that if you're a nonprofit, you get a reduced rate. But if you're not a nonprofit, you want a private event kind of thing, then you're gonna pay the higher rate. I think the rates.
So
And we have
everybody can rent that room, doesn't have to be a community member.
That is correct, anybody. So if, and I go back to one thing that we got in some big trouble for years ago, and that was that a religious organization wanted to rent the room. And we would not rent it to them. There was something about anybody has to be able to walk into that room because it's a city room. So even if it's a private event, anybody has to be able to walk into that room. So you might wanna see what Seaside does in regards to our library, our community room in our library, and our Chisholm Center. And we have a list of rates, and every time we change any rates on there, the city council has to approve the rate change. Just an idea. Thank you.
I have a question on, 501(c)(3). We keep referring to a meeting, they can have a meeting and there's no cost for that. So if, this is really a long way of example that we're using, but if an organization loses a member and they decide, ask to hold a celebration of life as a meeting, then can only members of that club attend, or can they bring guests?
Is that a question for me?
It's gonna be a club.
Yeah.
Please. It's gonna be a question. Yeah.
Go ahead, Ashley.
Yeah, I mean, how I would envision this language as I drafted it, I think meeting, we could do like meeting or party or use, essentially use of the space. But yeah, like once the 501c with the address in Clatsop County rents the space, then the invitees can be anybody. Unless you choose to regulate it more carefully, but that's how I envision this language working.
Well, and just so we're clear, we don't want to be charging our 501(c)(3)s to have meetings.
No.
I know, I just wanted to say that,
Yeah.
just so it's
Yeah.
clear.
Well, I'm not worried about the garden club because they're written into the deed that they get to use the building.
Right.
When it was deeded to the city originally.
But any kind of activity should be.
Right.
Yes, that is in the policy.
With an address within that.
Well, within Clatsop County or Cannon Beach. I mean.
What Aaron said about people in Seaside, members of Seaside that are part of our community, I think like, I do want an inclusive, use the community in an inclusive way.
Right.
I don't know if this is helpful, but Seaside breaks it into 4 different categories. So category group 1 is city resident, not-for-profit, civic, social, religious, service and youth organization, and 501(c)(3) nonprofit.
You said city resident is one.
It's the city resident is the first one. So they have one rate structure for that whole group. They have a separate rate structure for city resident who has commercial business that is profit making. They have a separate one for non-resident, not-for-profit, civic, social, religious, service and youth organizations. And a 4th one for non-residents who have commercial business that is profit making.
So,
They have a tiered system.
so they made that, it seems like they made the distinction in some legal way that residents can have or certain access to this thing. Is the inelegant way around this that it costs $1 million for someone from, New York City to rent it?
Or why not just limit it to?
Or is it?
No, it's limited to residents.
Yeah, can we just
I
do
guess
that?
we're back there again.
But I would like to make it, I think it's important that there's a priority for residents of Cannon Beach. If you wanna say Cannon Beach and Seaside, both, that's fine, but Seaside doesn't do that. Their first priority is people who are residents of Seaside. It's a tiny little building, it doesn't hold that many people. There are lots of groups in Cannon Beach who would probably like to use it. And I think that we need to at least prioritize it for use by local community
Well,
groups.
that's already happened.
No, I know it's happening, but rather than opening it up to the county, is what I'm saying.
What struck me about that was the distinction between a local resident and a local resident with a business, and just.
I think that means if you're using it to like, if you're gonna sell a reservation or something,
Right.
yeah, I think that's what that.
Nonprofit versus profit.
So are we?
I mean, do we wanna make it be open for commercial?
It seems like, just in the interest of, I know there's a lot more meeting left. It seems like we're at the same place that we were a month or two ago. And we need the legal homework again. Cause I don't think we got what the consensus was looking for.
Well, we're happy with 1 and 2.
Yeah, we did make progress on 2, but you're right, we're still struggling with 3.
Okay, so let me make sure that I have it. And to be honest, I do think that I need to make sure that I'm listening to what they're saying from Seaside. I will take a look if there's any legal restrictions on, having restrictions that that are based on specifically residency for use of private city or city facilities essentially. And I'll get back to you on that. But what you're asking.
Actually,
So
does it make any?
Let Ashley finish. Go ahead, Ashley.
So sorry, it's hard to see all you guys, so I don't know when somebody has started to talk. What you also want, so you want one that, any event open to the public, green light. For number two, what I hear you guys saying is for local community groups to hold events, that is an allowable use and you're not going to charge for that. And then a third one where you want to allow private meetings or parties to a limited extent and to focus on residents. Do I understand that?
I would just add non-commercial to that.
100%.
Non-commercial.
Did you still want? Yeah.
Okay.
And the only one that has the fee structure is number 3.
Yes.
Okay. So you want me to come back with some ideas about how we can allow additional private parties or events to focus on the local community for non-commercial events.
Okay, with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just for me, unhappy baby shower people with me, that's one of the things. Okay.
They can rent it if they're local.
Not now, not yet,
Yeah, not
Yeah.
yet. Yeah,
No, not yet.
but,
the baby's coming.
yeah,
Well,
we're not gonna put the time. So,
Okay,
okay, and then is there any more discussion about the fee structure or the rules? Do we feel
I thought that
comfortable with that?
was good.
Okay. Move back again.
Okay, thank you, see you soon. Okay. 2-minute break. Okay, we're back. Oh, we're back. Okay, so next on the agenda, we have the Tourism and Arts Commission, grant recommendations.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. Nice to see you guys again.
Yeah.
Another year. Grant funding. Sorry, I earmarked, so now I'm looking. So kind of as our other branch is growing, this one was kind of in a normal state this year. No, big additions or requests. Last year, we had a couple that ended up not fitting into our parameters at that time for actual grant funding. This year, they were all returnees, with long-term, grant involvement. There were pretty seamless as far as discussions, ongoing progress in certain events, ways to grow, what's sustainable or not. And pretty much, with years being spent in creating a reserve fund that, is not seeming to be as a big push overall. And being able to grant, at pretty close to what the requests are. I think the only, I'll leave it at that and see if you guys have any questions.
So all of the funding you're granting, everything, they've all been in compliance with all of the requirements of the.
Yes, we didn't always grant at full request value, if you can see this sheet through there. The grant requests totaled $255,219, and the average with our vote turned out to be $247,786. So pretty near close. I don't want to.
Have handed in their evaluations in a timely manner and.
We had a couple, because of the way the calendar structure that come in later, I think we have, one outstanding, but that's not anything new this year for the final.
I have to look.
I'm sorry.
I think there's a couple I have on my to-do list for this week to follow up with the ones, because the agreement says that you're supposed to do it after your event ends or within 30 days of the end of the fiscal year. So I was gonna send out a reminder to anyone who has not.
So they still have to go to July 30th.
I think it also says whichever's sooner, but I'm not positive on that part.
But there are a few within the calendar year that we don't have at the time of grant application.
Because I sit on the board for Classic County Cultural Coalition.
Yes.
And if a grantee does not get their evaluation done on time, they do not get a grant next year.
For the next year, yeah.
So is that true of you as well?
We haven't discussed that.
No, and there, I mean,
We were missing one.
yeah,
Pardon?
We were missing one.
final.
One final?
We normally get a midterm and then we receive a final. In years past, there are sometimes one or two finals because of the way the calendar operates with that event, that there has been that window is shorter, so does that make sense? I'm not
They
sure.
still give them their grant the year after. Even if the evaluation is done, you still give it.
Well, because sometimes, well, okay, so for instance, Cottage North,
Okay.
their grant application right now is for 2026. They haven't had their 25 event even
Right.
yet. So we don't expect a final for that 25 year, yet we are, because of the way they fall in the calendar. Fat Tire is one that, if that's the one we're not seeing.
We got it in.
No, we got it in.
Videos.
Oh, where's the videos?
The videos, there are some that came in after the last half meeting, but
Yeah.
even if they're a little bit late submitting their final, they always do submit their final with their best application, so they may be a little late, but they do eventually
Get it through. So,
We haven't clarified that, and if you wanna clarify
Yeah.
that for us and say, you can't do it unless, then you would do that.
No, I think because they're event driven, that's a little bit different. Yeah.
Well, so are the Classic County Cultural Coalition grants, a lot of them are event driven too, but if they don't get their evaluation, but they don't get a grant.
But using the cottage for as an example,
Well,
they're.
Yeah.
but they say whichever's first, you know, so, in other words, they haven't done it yet, so they can't do an evaluation, so they will within 30 days or whatever that thing is, whatever's first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the language on that?
I'm pulling it up right now because I was trying to remember, and I don't know if I said it correctly. Final evaluations must be received by the city within 30 days after the project completion or 30 days after the city fiscal year of customers in order for the application to remain compliant.
Okay, so,
Okay.
if it's not an event, if it's clear, then it's 30 days after the end of the fiscal year.
Yes, according to, and that's in their agreement that they signed.
So that's pretty clear.
Yeah.
So for the cottage tour, you have you've got their 25, so for their 26 application, you have their 24 final.
Yes, we have their 24 final, we don't,
Midterm.
yeah, and their midterm for 25, but not their final for 25, but the request is for 26.
So it's just kind of this.
And every event, depending where it lands,
So
how.
we're making the rules, but it's not
Okay.
reasonable to expect them to have.
But again, the class, for instance, if the dollars don't get used, that all, comes back, so. So yeah, I mean, it gets confusing, but we certainly, can tighten down where we need to tighten down. Too.
But they would have filed in midterm.
Yes.
Or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
With their application include their most recent
Yes.
report.
Yes, and then said, here's where the expectation for the final would fall through, so. We ready to move on?
Okay, actually, I had a question, and I don't mean for it to sound accusatory or anything, but I just wanted, I had a question for Gary. Do you still explore media and contract the services of, or contract for Gallery Group for these events?
I don't contract, but I have provided services in the past.
Okay, and just for like, if we had to have a whole separation recusal for copy. I just wanted to find out if you're, if you can participate in this discussion, or if you need to put yourself out for.
I'm fine declaring a potential conflict of interest that I have. I provided services to some of the grant recipients.
Okay, but you don't, and you're not planning on in this next, with this money that would be approved going forward?
I'm not contracted, but, I'm happy to withdraw from, April because there's a potential. I probably don't have to, but I'll let you guys handle it.
Alright, I just wanted to make sure we haven't got to do a whole recusal for copy and everything, and these contracts would be more than for the copy. And for that.
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks for reminding me. I was actually had that thought at one point, but. So I'm gonna recuse myself from voting on this.
Thank you. I have a question about the condition of approval for the, chamber.
For the chamber, okay, so in years past, for economies of scale purpose, we've always had the videos funneled through the chamber. Some years they all get done, some years they don't. The chamber doesn't always know who's having a celebratory year of a specific event, or who might be feeling the need, or, you know, a newer event is easier to declare. We don't really wanna take videos and be like, everyone do your own video, because we lose that economy of scale. Like we did with this potential school project in the application process, we had said, if the school, you know, renovation happened, would you be willing to hold an event here? We're kind of trying to facilitate, would it make sense for us to include in the application? Is this a year you would be interested or like to put your name in the hat for one of the existing video spots? That way, the chamber knows, here's the pool of people that are interested, and instead of, you know, kind of a hunt back scenario, so that we know, okay, for instance, you know, Cottage Tour had their big anniversary, that would be the year. They haven't had one done in 5 years, and so on and so forth. So that's kind of, we kind of came at it at different, you know, is it us saying these people, well, I don't know that that's appropriate either, but at least raise your hand on the front end. And then we can disseminate the information for the video grant to say, because normally they'll have certain things or certain events getting marked as options with a TBD to fill in certain ones. Sometimes those get done. If they don't, then money comes back. But if the money's granted, we'd like to see them all happen. If there are people that need them.
So on the video, I have a question, is there a requirement for the length of the video? Is there a requirement for number of years? Is there a requirement for, and how are you getting receipts for that?
Yes, we had a lot of discussion about visibility. How does one event receive that video? I know there's, in the past, there was a long format video. With social media, they've started to break it up into smaller tangible bits to be used. We discussed lack of viewership not being at numbers and how we would like to see that increase. So there was discussion about that, and I think that's an ongoing conversation and with hopefully a new social media or marketing person in the realm, those are, further discussions to happen too.
When I think that, if video is being done, or say the cottage tour, then whose responsibility is it to put that information out?
Yes.
Is it the chambers? Is it shared? Is it the cottage tour's responsibility? To help make sure that the chamber is able to fulfill their obligation when they do their fundraising.
And I would say all of the above in my mind, but that's what I would like to see happen is. Here's long format, here's short formats, yes, Experience Cannon Beach should be throwing it up on their Instagram. Cottage Tour should be doing, and both of those realms, I think, have really grown exponentially in their social media presence in the last 2 years. And I would like to see the ball rolling on that. And we always do discuss what is the type of media that would benefit each event. Where do you see that progressing and going through? Is print media, did you get your bang for your buck on that? Sometimes they're like, no, we pivoted,
Well, and sometimes it just happens, right?
Yes.
Sometimes you try something and you just
Yeah.
fall.
Yeah. So these are all discussions almost every year that we have with, saying, did it work, did it not work, even though right now it's, the same candidates, it's not just a pass on through, accountability and change and growth is what we'd like to see, so, yeah. No problem.
Any other questions?
I have a question. You included attachment B, which is the guidelines for administration. That was dated March 2015. We had that in our packet.
Right, so we attach the guidelines every year. This is something that TAC has been working on updating that.
I just, from what we've talked about as far as expanding the tag.
Okay.
This is way off. So it's something that I hope is going to be addressed.
Yeah, so this would stay with just for TAC. The other expansion of what their duties are would have a different set of guidelines. Are you talking about like when they broaden out and do more arts and other things?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna have a whole different set of guidelines.
Okay,
So you'll have some.
so this is gonna be just for events or something?
Yeah, so this would stay the guidelines for the Tourism and Arts Fund Rate Program, but they're gonna have other information, other guidelines for the.
Okay, maybe that's my question is, where is this going as far as? It sounds like you're separating
Yes.
grant applications versus destination development
Yes.
types of projects.
Yeah. Same committee, two separate, one. Is also encompassing public art, purchasing of public art, process of purchasing public art. And infrastructure projects and new projects that come our way, and how we. Receive public comment too on different, we've now. Upped our meetings to once a month, include public. Comment on that, so people. Whether they've come in person, submitted letters or whatnot, are putting ideas out there. Everything from artistic bike racks, to. Well, purchasing the public art right now, and I'm forgetting there was one of.
That's okay, I mean.
But we're working with that.
It works and
Yeah.
that's something that will be able to see at some
Yes.
point, because I was mainly reacting to how this doesn't
Doesn't
cover
work.
any of that at all. So
Yes.
I'm fine.
Ashley's been helping us facilitate through, you know, the legalities and, you know, how broad to make it, how narrow to make it, more, you know, what kind of learning through.
I had a similar question, because the guidelines that are in here, following these, there was only 3 applications that actually filled out the application correctly. If we follow the guidelines that are in this, there was only 3 that included their W-9s, the rest of them didn't. The application itself says you only have to do it the first year, but in this guideline says they have to do it every year.
And we haven't had updated in a while, so this is definitely something that they're working on as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there?
And we'll correct the board application for future,
Yes.
some kind of glaring typo on it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we worked towards kind of that online template because, you know, and that's still a work in progress too, but
It's got that applique, CAIT,
Yeah.
and that's just kind of a glaring.
We started that because it's in Canva and I'm not good with Canva, so I swapped it out online, but people had already downloaded.
Well, I'm just channeling Nancy McCarthy.
Is there anything, and this is just kind of a novice question, but is there anything that says anywhere about putting heads in beds at these beds?
But what, I can't.
I think heads in beds.
Heads in bed.
That's a lot of what that.
Yes.
When they interview, each of the applicants, you guys talk about. that.
We go through that, and they provide data on that. Would I say that the broader aspect of tourism has, you know, come through beyond just heads and beds?
Oh, sure,
Yes.
right, yeah, then it's a trickle down.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are some things that are just impossible. And also, I think ROI is important,
Yeah.
but, there are some events, I mean, I think an event, like Get Lit at the Beach has some value, beyond just strictly heads and beds, but kind of the right fit for arts and.
Yes.
So I'm assuming that you're weighting things
Yeah.
that way.
I mean, we look,
A little bit of
yes,
flexibility in that.
you have your media arts, you have your performing arts, you have, you know, throw the comedy festival in with the performing arts. What does that bring to the town that A, B, and C doesn't? Literature, I mean, trying to fill all the spokes on the wheel and broaden what is art.
Well, I think Bruce's guidance has been to back off of it just a little bit. We were so hardcore about you have to show how many, you know, people stayed. And well, it certainly doesn't make sense for stuff like the video project, obviously, but I mean, for events, we still asked about it, but I think it's gone, we're less hardcore about it.
Yeah,
Would you say that's fair? That's what the guidance is gave.
when I was reading this document, it just, it hammers away at the, you know, heads and beds
Yeah.
50 miles away and, you know, again, I think a tourist activity is.
Yeah.
Is maybe more important than how it fits with the community than
Yeah.
that hardcore ROI.
Yeah, I think there's consensus on that, so I feel, you know, we're analyzing the different ways that it brings in the tourism in, but.
So if there's no more questions, I would like to thank the committee. I know it takes a lot of work. You guys have lively, I listen to your meetings, you have lively discussions.
They're not boring.
But you know, you really take it seriously and we appreciate it. Hard work, thank you.
But we'll go that along.
Next month, correct?
Next month.
Yeah.
Yes.
Remind me to report myself.
I don't know. I go like that. Okay,
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Heather.
okay. Come on. Okay, so next on the agenda, we have consideration of Cannon Beach Chamber contract.
And Amber, on the financial questions, should we need?
Maybe the one with the iPhone?
Possibly.
And, or that too.
Yeah, she's on the phone.
So I thought what I would do is just kick off with the original, idea. It's been a long time since we talked about this internally. And I know Jim has a PowerPoint that is part of your packet, so I don't know how you'd like Jim to, present to that. But we have some, just some base data. And then one of the things that Mayor Napi Council Hayes asked me to do was come up with some bullet points for council discussion with regards to the current contracting side of the TLT fund. We have multiple TLT funds. So one of the bullet points is cap the annual contract amount with the increase for COLA. Again, what the cap is and what that COLA amount will be is potentially up to council if they'd like to do that. Difference of contract and of the contract for TLT collections could be placed in the TAF to support, again, community improvements. Council could approve or select another TLT related fund if they wish. And then let's see here. Chamber would be required to submit a marketing plan for council approval prior to each fiscal year, and additional reporting requirements, such as separate income statements for DMO and information center, for fiscal year budgets to actuals, the complete balance sheet, and summary of successes from the prior quarter, any metrics. So those were the bullet points that I was asked to put together for broader discussion with council. And as it applies to the chamber contract as the chamber contract, DMO contract as it currently lies. And so, sure how you would like me to proceed or how we would like to have that discussion. I think generally one of the things is that for those who are not quite familiar. So as we mentioned earlier, there are, the TLT has a requirement. TLT passed after, I'm sorry, I believe it's 2003. So beyond our original 6%. 70% has to go to tourism related, 70% of it has to go to tourism related activities or facilities, etc. And 30% goes to the general fund. So we have 4 different funds essentially. One is TAF that you just heard from. So 70% of those funds either go towards those grants, part of that goes towards helping fund for the restrooms. The other fund, another 1%, which was passed in 2015, 70% flows, the entire 70% flows through to the chamber for the DMO contract. I'm sorry, John, I can't remember the direct marketing. Yeah.
Destination management.
So DMO contract, and then of course the 30% goes to back to the general fund. So in this case, there's whatever flows through for that contract is whatever we collect in that regard. So one of the proposals is there a set amount for that contract on a go forward basis, and then the other, whatever the difference between that and 70% collected would just go to another tourism related potential. So and that's what I would leave it at.
So Jim, do you want to present your information? Or do you guys want to discuss first? Let's have Jim do his presentation and everybody okay with that?
Good.
Okay.
Well, first of all, we
when I was preparing this presentation, we had St. Capital, of course, last month, and so I was on a short time frame. So I really threw everything I could think of into this presentation. As you can tell, it's very robust and has a lot of history and a lot of definitions and explanations of things. So I certainly don't want to dive anything through this page by page because it's already 9 o'clock and we all want to be
And did we all read it?
respectful of time. Perfect. You know, initially this, I want to take it back to the beginning of 2015. It was the Chamber of the Hoteliers that brought this tax to the city and wanted to have this in place for marketing. There was no marketing effort on behalf of the city at that time or before that. So it was vital that we start doing it because the world was going into social media and marketing was a vitally important thing to be doing for a community, especially a visitor-driven community like us. Because it's important for us to put out the message of what Cannon Beach is, rather than just let the whole world do it. The hoteliers came to that, and it was a good situation because the 70% would create that marketing program, and the city benefiting from the 30% of the funding. So it was a win-win, all of that. And the chamber had already had a marketing committee at the time, but we were doing those marketing efforts with very limited funds. The chamber, I think, had $500 prior to that to put into marketing funds. And then we asked for TAP funding going way back.
Chamber, there was zero for marketing, but there started to be some money through the Church and Arts Fund.
Yeah,
for marketing.
So that's how this fund came to be. And for the first 3 years, that was all supported and passed through, because it's just a pass through, it's collected, passed through to that. Also, if you go back to the beginning and actually decades before that, the chamber was running the visitor center with city funding out of the general fund. So those funds were reimbursement funds. So we would run the chamber for a quarter, and then we present a report and get reimbursed for the expenses of that. And that was the way that process worked. In the last years leading up to the contract, those funds were $140,000 a year, and then in 2018, $160,000 a year. When first came in, we had a full audit. I'm kind of given the history of this, of what that funding structure looked like, and to see how it was being processed. And that audit went very well, in my opinion, very well. I wasn't in my position now, but there were some considerations of all the funds were going into one pot in one bank account, and the auditor thought, well, that's not really a good way to count that. So we made a lot of changes at that point before getting into the contract. We separated banks, we separated that funding, so we have bank accounts. So the chamber still runs that and then reimburses back with the DMO fund. So all that DMO funding goes into a separate bank account and for that. Amber's been instrumental in the last 6 months of reorganizing that and putting it into a process that reports to you on an accrual basis. And we're trying to refine that and make it more actual for what you guys want to see and are used to seeing. So we're close. We're very close. But we still have more work to do. And you guys have seen essentially 2 quarters of those reports. So I want to kind of bring it back now to the report here, where it states that we've grown this program $200,000 annually. I met with Tim because I wanted to clarify and make sure that we were looking at apples to apples. And it turns out, and can confirm this or not, that there wasn't apples to apples. Because if you look at 2018, I believe the question was compared to 2017. The 2018 number The visitor center and the marketing, the total gross of that year was $533,000. When we signed the contract to take these efforts into one contract, we knew that the chamber was gonna take a hit on those funding because the DMO funding was not at a level to run the programs that we were running at that time. And we determined that $444,655, which you see in the contract, was the base amount of funding we needed to do the visitor center and do the marketing at that time. The reason that we were amenable to taking that hit, tightening our belts, and doing that is because it was scalable into the future. So we were gonna get that 70%, and then that way our program can grow along with our community. When we grow this program, it not only grows the DMO funding, but it grows the 30% funding. So we benefit and you guys benefit. But if you look at that now, it's not just the chamber and the 30% is benefiting. The TAF fund also benefits because it's grown the same amount that we have over those years. The 30% from TAF funding, which goes into the city funding, also grew the same amount. So it's correlated, you know, rising tides float all the ships. The interesting figure that I want to point out is that the 6% of you guys' funding from before 2003 is essentially 10 times more than what we made. So if we've grown the program $200,000 in those times, that's roughly $2 million that the general fund 6% has grown over the same amount. So it really benefits all of our community. It helps the business community. It helps our program grow, and we can hire the staff to run that and have the proper people in place to do the work. And we can coordinate with everybody to do that work. And run the visitor center and all the things that we've been doing. So if you look at the work from 2017 to 2009, it's still the same work. So I don't want to kind of bring that in to clarity then. We're still doing all the same work at the inflated, the difference has been, 10 years since 2015, when we first started this. And we've been successfully growing this program and benefiting tax funds, community funds, and building that marketing program. So then, the apples to apples really is the comparison. So, like I mentioned, in 2018, the visitor center funding, even the tourism funding was 533,000, rounding to the even number. This last year, in 2024, the fiscal year was 529,000. So we have just now essentially gotten back to the funding level that we were at in 2018, which is what we predicted back then, is that we would eventually grow back to the funding level that we're at. It's taken us essentially 7 years to do that. And we've all benefited in that time frame. This year, providing that the fourth quarter comes in at the same number as last year, it'll be the first year we've exceeded it. So if you look at the apples to apples comparison, we haven't grown that program so substantially that it's unreasonable. We've grown with inflation, we've grown with the cost, and we've grown it for everybody. You've also, I want to throw in that we now have the 1.5%. And this doesn't just relate to the transfer lodging, the food tax. We're helping support the restaurant industry, promote the restaurant industry, promote eating in our town. It's a big thing that we do in the marketing world. And that supports the food tax as well. So we're supporting all of the income that is through the visitor economy, which I call it, which includes all of those taxes. So this work is vital to our community and important. But I just wanted to bring the history and put it in context, the apples to apples, what it was, what it is. We're still doing all the same work. And we've grown this really back to where we were in 2018. Are there any questions so far?
Is I'm unclear on that apples to apples. When I'm comparing apples to apples for actual spending for the DMO program, which in 18-19 was 405,000. And in July, in 23-24, it was 645,000. But you're telling me the marketing program, the DMO program hasn't grown?
What numbers are you looking at? I'm looking
at your 5-year comparative profit and loss that we looked at December. Which we've been struggling to get a good picture of this, and I think we finally did it in December. But it's got your total expenditures for marketing for the DMO program at 405,673.
Gary Ann dove into that or put that, that's not. Are you have it presented here? I'm talking about the tax. Can you share with that?
It's in the December.
It's a document.
24 packet.
Yeah, December 24 packet. So it's not something that we have.
And those numbers are actually before I had Amber here to help us organize and upgrade our financial structure and planning to adapt to what the city has asked us to adapt to.
I mean, I get it that the collections have changed. And they've gone up by a couple $100,000. But I'm not sure how I'm not looking at this apples to apples with actual expenses.
So you're looking at expenses rather than income. We've been talking about income.
You're talking about?
The tax income.
Yeah.
Right.
Now I'm looking at the amount of money we spent on marketing.
Yeah, you're looking at different numbers.
You're looking at expenses from before the new accountant came on and helped. I mean, you're looking at information that's 6 months old. So we've had a new, that none of us have, that we should have if we're all gonna talk about it. I personally feel that way,
Maybe that whole thing was an error.
but there were significant changes after that. And but those are expenses, he's just talking about the income, because there was some money that rolled over from COVID.
COVID was a giant up and down.
Right.
As far as we took that very seriously and cut our staffing and cut our efforts, and we're very cautious through COVID. That's what actually helped us build our reserve. But Gary, the comparison I was making on the income line is in 2018, the 200,000 that you're referring to is only the tourism pass-through money of 70%. Before the contract was signed, you have to include the visitor center funding that we were receiving at the same time, because we're still doing the same work. We were doing the visitor center and the DMO work prior to that. We folded that together in the contract, and we're still doing the visitor center and those funding. I'm talking about the funding that was required to do the job that we're doing, which was pre-contract and after the contract.
And that 160,000 Vic income additional payment, that was coming from the general fund,
From which, from,
in Jim's presentation showing it has the Vic.
yeah, the big was coming from the general.
In what year?
In 2016, 17, 18, 19, and 20.
Yeah.
So that's money that was coming from the general fund, was coming out from,
That's correct.
not from the sales tax.
So yeah, so we switched it, so it's all TOT and not.
It's all TOT,
Which was another,
I don't think that's changing
which was
the
another,
amount that we're spending on this contract. That's what cause that's where I'm having a disconnect. We spent 405. You spent $405,000. In 18 and 19.
but again, I think you're looking at. I'm not sure what you're looking at.
Jenna. Is that something you can find or?
Yeah, I can, send a link to, because it's the one that was in the packet from December.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a second and I'll send it to us.
He's presented new numbers since then.
They're changed, they're not accurate.
No, I think it's the method that's changed.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
it's changed, yeah.
The cash basis change, transition over to improvement is, well, and. I don't know what we should sort of Michelle, bullet momentarily, I think, but, there was 3 years of building reserve into COVID where the staff had been significantly reduced. If we were requiring to jumpstart back into spending back to a level that we would have probably very likely seen with the incremental changes, as opposed to seeing just a giant jump from no staffing and no marketing as requested by through 2020, 2021 to sudden spending.
Yeah, all those numbers are here too. Yes, it did go down. And then came back up. So we started at $405,000 in 18-19. 19-19 and 19-20. It dipped in 2021 due to COVID. Started to climb back up in 21-22. In 22-23, it was 489,000. And in 23-24 was 645,000.
So I have a question. Jim's trying to talk about income and you're trying to talk about expenses, and maybe it's not even a question, maybe it's just a statement. It's confusing the issue. So basically, I think is what Jim is trying to say here is that he used to get the money for the visitor center from the general fund. Now everything comes out of TAP funds or TLT dollars. So your general fund is growing now. He's not taking that money. And he's not taking money from TLT dollars because that is growing as well. So the city is benefiting more and from their general fund. The community is benefiting from the chamber hall and TAC is benefiting. So we're talking about income. Everybody is benefiting from the work that the chamber is doing. And I think to belittle that is begrudging. I'm not exactly sure what the goal here is. But I would like to know what the goal is by capping the contract. We're in not very good, we don't know what our economy is going to look like. We need to be able to make sure that we can push marketing out there if we need to, and if you cap or take away dollars, that's going to change things. It's going to limit his ability to be able to hire staff. The cost of everything is going up, so what is the goal by, what is the goal by capping or wanting to cap the chamber?
I'd like to address one thing you said there, Deanna, that's curious to me. It seems like you're saying that the additional monies that have come in TAP are directly correlated to work that the chamber does. You're forgetting that there has been, that people don't come here just because of chamber marketing. They come here because of the incredible beauty of this place. They come here because it's one of the best beaches in the world. And that there has been marketing done by, National Geographic and other,
There's marketing done.
Condé Nast magazine and other things that have contributed to the growth. So I mean, I
So
just.
Lisa, can I
That's not
address?
something that, well, let me just finish my thought. What I'm saying is, I understand that the marketing the chamber does bring in more people, but I wouldn't attribute all the growth of our TAP funds to the work the chamber does. I think there are other factors at play. And I'm sorry if you don't agree with that, but I don't know if you agree with it, I can't tell.
Well, actually, you're assuming, I'd like to respond, and then, actually, I think that there's an assumption. That you think, I think it's only the chamber, because I don't think it's only the chamber, and I didn't realize that a lot of that is heads and beds. It's National Geographic, it's all of us other businesses, it is the beautiful scenery, I mean, there's a lot of factors that come into play. But having a core group that helps project this out in a fashion and having it tied to our visitor center, I think is important. It's important for the businesses. It's important for the businesses to be supported, all of the businesses, because, we are the economy. The businesses are the economy for this community. And so I don't think, I don't think that the chamber is spending money arbitrarily. I don't think that they are spending money out of line. And I think to pull back on something that the lodging community came in and said, we want you to tax us more so we can do this. And then to give it to the chamber via this contract and then I feel like this is just a big micromanagement. I understand needing to know the numbers and I understand needing them to make sense. But I feel like there's a lot of micromanaging being done over this. Anyhow, just a whole lot of stuff.
Well, it sounds like I'd like to answer the question of what is the point.
Sure. Go.
Yeah.
So. There's a concept about when we say marketing, what is that? A lot of people think that it is just done to bring more people to town. That is not marketing. That is what marketing entails, yes. But you say Condé Nast is saying Cannon Beach is beautiful. Everybody out in the world is saying Cannon Beach is beautiful. But are they saying it in the right way? Okay, do you think it's more important for us to define through messaging, which marketing is messaging, for us to tell the world what Cannon Beach is, or should we just let everybody else tell the world what Cannon Beach is?
Well, the thing is, though, I'm seeing, I'm looking at one of your pages, the 4 pillars of GMO work. And I don't see, I'd like to know is it advocates for projects that enhance the visitor experience and community character, educating visitors on sustainability, cultural respect and safety, and supports initiatives that reduce visitor impacts. I don't see any evidence, any of that.
There's been significant postings on social media and in the magazine about those specifically those last two, sustainability, cultural respect, initiatives to reduce visitor impact. That's the majority of the marketing that goes out for.
But I'm not seeing the results, is what I'm saying, Eric. I see more people here. I don't see them being more respectful of the beach. I don't see them being more respectful.
I think you can say that sort of thing about any community and the culture that's going on nationally right now.
But the GMO work isn't being successful.
I think it's mitigated.
Number 3 is not, I don't see that number 3 has been working, is what I'm saying. I don't see a result that would make me think, oh, because of the messaging, people are being more, more respectful of the beach, not letting their dogs poop all over it or pooping themselves or, leaving garbage around all the time. I see every bit as much evidence of that or being down at the Rock and acting like jerks. I see every bit as much evidence of that now as I ever have. And I don't know, even if you're posting things on social media about being respectful or whatever, I don't know if that works. I don't know if that's working.
Can I jump in and answer Deanna's question about what is the point?
What is the goal?
What is the goal? Currently, we're paying for the visitor center and a marketing program with a growing blank check.
Well,
It's not based on what it costs to perform the services to fulfill that contract. And I believe the overwhelming consensus within the community is that we want to limit spending on marketing. We want to encourage sound choices in the selection of our marketing efforts that allow us to maintain our reputation. It's why I was an advocate for the original funding. You know, we want to be able to control that message. I just don't think it takes more and more and more money every year. You know, we want to avoid becoming overcrowded, which makes us less desirable. We should be striving for balance and sustainability. So between 2016 and 2024, TLT collections have grown by $200,000, and they're going to continue to grow. And I think people want to see less marketing.
But thank you people, I'm sorry, Gary.
No, that's okay.
Well, thank you. I hear from Jim about what I said, because he never got a chance to answer.
Two things, I got answers for both of these questions. So Lisa, to your point about, are we seeing better people? How do we quantify that? You know, your vision of what you see isn't what in a positive way. That's your opinion and how you see it. I like seeing families that come here generational. Those are the ones I like to see. The grandparents that brought their kids and now they're bringing their grandkids and they're doing a whole family. Those are people that love and respect this community and don't misbehave and don't do this. So those are the type of people I like to see. And I see that weekly, sometimes daily, out my window, because I'm down in the hustle and bustle of this. My favorite thing is when a mom's dragging a kid from the beach and it's screaming and kicking because it doesn't want to go. It loves it here. That's when I see the effects of what we're doing. And those are the type of people, the demographics that we're trying to attract, is the people that love this community. I mean, it was one of our marketers, Love It Like a Local, from this company that was brought to us. And we put that out for a couple of years. And we used that. So we are putting the messaging out to attract the type of visitor that you want to see. Can we attract only that type of visitor? That's not possible.
No, but I'm not, I think that obviously that's true. You're saying it's true. I'm just not seeing.
Am I saying that all of our marketing is contributing to all the increase? Absolutely not. But we are contributing and we are factoring that.
Well, I know, I mean, I just haven't.
I know for a fact, when we sat here 2-3 meetings ago, and you said, I want to see good people here. I want to see stewardship marketing. I want to see those efforts in what you're putting out. Sierra, who's our marketing manager, came back the very next time and brought those examples to that report. So we showed those and we shared those and we drove those out. And we actually the marketing committee drove more in the stewardship direction this past year because of this council's request to do so. So we're responsive to that. I understand you're not seeing it.
No.
But the question is, where are you looking to see that?
Well,
Because
I volunteered down at the Rock, for example. That's a good place to see that's a great place to see how people behave. And, I'm not seeing increased
But
stewardship at the Rock. I'm seeing it, I'm saying the people who work down there, working their hands off, trying to make it happen. But
Can I help her? I mean, I think on the finance part, so Jim and I met yesterday, talked through some stuff. Now, compared to when I first started watching the, council meetings here, when I originally got here last January. And where the financial reports are now, they have come a long way. But I'm a CPA and I still can't get all the way there. So Jim and I talked yesterday about setting up a meeting with me, Jim, and Amber. And kind of going through the financial reports and how I believe they should be presented. I do believe there are parts right now that are really unclear to me. In the presentation, and again, I read financial statements for a living. So, but Jim has seemed to be very open to that, and so I think that if he and I and Amber can look, and then we can make we can help with the presentations to the council. I think that will help to a certain degree.
I think that's part of it is, I think we've been confused for years.
Yeah.
Trying to get a good picture of what's happening. And I feel like we did at the December meeting, and now we've kind of been delayed in trying to make something happen, but again, I was looking at to fulfill this contract in 18-19, it was $405,000. 5 years later, it's $645,000. And part that disturbs me even more is we spent the elections were $515,000, but we spent $665,000. So we're spending down reserves. I don't know why, but we've blown up spending in 23, 24 and 24, 25. And what's the point? The point is to limit the marketing, require good choices, and not just see the blank check for the services that we're asking for. It's also to add to the tourism and arts fund where we can, I think council has a little bit more opportunity to do some destination development projects that we're interested in.
So why would the city, as an entity, as a municipality, be more interested in taking in the money and getting government contracts as opposed to accomplish goals, government contracts for design or whatever it is, building bathrooms or whatever? Why would we as a municipality be more interested in that than partnering with a nonprofit to accomplish a similar goal?
I think we do. I think that's what the Tourism and Arts Fund does.
I mean,
It just gives us a little bit
more
more,
as well.
just gives us a little bit more say in it. Right now, it's just like, boom, spend $665,000.
I think that's a little rash, Gary.
What is?
It is, and
So Gary, let me address a couple of things. You're looking at expenses that were from before we started making these kind of changes. So addressing that is like, let me look forward here for you. First of all, we're overspending on marketing is not true. 3 years ago, we were, as a marketing committee, had a $300,000 budget. Last fiscal year was 220. This fiscal year, it's 165. And we reduced that because we needed to bring the budget back within line and within spending. This year's budget, which is part of this presentation, is a year zero balance budget. We're on a profit of $30,000 and some change. But we brought all of that back in with the average health, better financing. We're back on track. The what, just the funding actually is.
But
I get you're looking back and saying it was a mess. I get it, I totally understand it.
But you're trying to make it sound like the only marketing you're doing is because you buy this media and that media and that media. But what you've done is you've exploded marketing salaries. So you apparently brought it all in-house. So if you wanna add up your marketing, what you're spending on marketing, it's your payroll and those direct marketing expenses. I don't think you can just look at the amount of, you know, how many ads you're buying and say that's the marketing.
I don't think that's what he was saying at all.
Well, what's wrong with the cap? Why don't, would that seem like a very generous cap? What would be wrong with that? And if, you know, if it didn't work out, it could come back at some future date, but I don't understand what's wrong with the cap.
But see, that's where you're starting to add complexity to this situation. First of all, a cap, whether it's COLA or CPI, is limited to a certain level. Sometimes vendors will raise their fees 30%, or, you know, those go up much higher than COLA or CPI because it's not based on living expenses. So those are going to go up, and we've seen that since the beginning of COVID. Everything has gone up. You know, hiring somebody now, it goes right.
You pick the best ones then, you don't use all the vendors, or you don't use a vendor who's raising his rates 30%, but use a vendor, I mean, you pick and choose, you do budgeting and that sort of thing. And can I just ask another question on the information you gave us? So it's on attachment B of what you gave us, which is a summary of payments made to the Cannon Beach Chamber of Commerce. Oh dear, this is not looking at here.
That's your city.
Yeah. Okay, you don't have a copy of?
Yeah, I have a copy.
Oh, okay, so I went through this and just for just 3 of the years and noticed that, you know, for looking at the payments made in Q2 and Q3 of each year, which is the amount, which is, you know, the low season, basically, Q2 and Q3 are the low season. They go up in a number, amount of money. But the percentage as compared to the other 2 quarters really never changes. So in other words, the percentage, if you look at, for example, 2022, you look at flumps during the high season, July through September, 41% of the total is the payments made. But then you look at October to December, Q2, and it's 17%. And you look January through March, it's 14%. And you look April through June, which is getting into the beginning of high season, it's 27%. And those percentages hold true if you go through all of them. In other words, so the percentages are not increasing in the low season. The amount is increasing because more people are coming in, but the percentages are staying the same pretty much all the way through. Which tells me, makes me wonder about how that low season marketing, are we getting that much bang for our buck in the low season? I'm asking Jim.
No, I have an explanation, but I don't know if it's gonna make a lot of sense, but it's specifically to lodging as I operate a hotel. There's a difference in increases in occupancy versus increases in rates. And in the summer season, everyone's running at 100%. So when you get a higher demand, you increase rates, you're gonna increase occupancy because you're already at 100%. In the off season, so you see a direct correlation, a very easy direct correlation between an increase in Q4 and Q1 to a higher demand because it's direct dollars right in there. The low season, Q2, Q3, rates are already bottom of the barrel. And so if you have a 10% increase in occupancy, you may not be changing rates, and likely not changing rates to cover that 10% increase in occupancy to try to offset that. But say you have 10% additional, you make an extra $6,000 or something. It's very little, but it's substantial to a number of people.
I understand what you're saying, but it's still staying, but it's still the percentage is staying the same.
It would stay very
It's the
similar.
percentage, so what I'm saying is I don't, if you're marketing for the low season, spending all this money, this, you know, DMO money, getting people here during the low season, it doesn't, percentage wise, there doesn't seem to be any increase year over year in the low season as opposed to the high season.
Yeah, the
Because
challenge,
the percentages stay the same.
your challenge with, or you can call it low season marketing. You're marketing. And, you're promoting Cannon Beach, and more people are just gonna come here in the summer, that's it. You know, they don't wanna come to
Right.
winter when there's snow, but, you know, so maybe we're advertising in January, but people are gonna come here in July and August. The majority of them, I mean, that's just
Yeah.
the nature of the beast.
It's such a difference, though, because, you know, it's, you know, 17%, 14%, 18%, 30%, 17%.
I'm looking at this, I don't see the percentages, just.
Well, I should put them out.
Yeah.
I would get them out, I've got the percentage, so. Arithmetic.
I would like to see those if I'm gonna.
Yeah,
compare
because it's interesting to me, I mean, it just makes me wonder whether or not, you know, I just.
That's tough.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you, there are more people here in the off season this year, year over year, that increases.
And I think we're going shoulder seasons too, I mean.
But I can absolutely attest to what Eric just said. I mean, the season used to end right after Labor Day, and now we're clear at least until the end of October.
Yes, and we're seeing more people and more people also, we're just getting more and more and more people here all the time. I'm talking about relative to each other. The four quarters relative to each other.
I guess.
Percentage is what I'm talking about. Obviously, we're getting more people here. I mean, they're all through the year, all through the year. Yeah,
Sure.
you know, yeah, kind of.
I'm not sure of your earlier point, but kind of back to the goal is to, rather than having this go into the DMO program and marketing, is to have more money go into TAF and destination development. And if the chamber is interested in doing destination development projects, we have a fund of money that they can apply for and participate in whatever they want, and then they're vetted by a committee. They're approved by the chamber. But right now, what we're doing is writing a blank check.
So a blank check is a statement. I'm here every quarter presenting to you. You guys have full oversight of what we're doing and what we're not doing. So I don't understand that. We have a marketing committee that reports to the board, and then we report to you. So there is oversight on all of this. A blank check is just, I don't get the reference on that because it's a 70% pass through that the hoteliers and the chamber brought for these specifically for marketing. Back then when we started, it was specifically for marketing. We've adopted in the visitor center, we've adopted in the stuff, we've adopted stewardship messaging. We are making the changes that you guys have asked us to make. But now it feels like we're being punished for being successful and being responsive. And we're gonna cap this and we're not gonna give you any more funding. I'm very worried.
Yeah,
I don't see the punishment. Could I say something, please?
No.
I'm wondering if the cap is the issue or how we're going to modify it each year is the issue. Because if we put a cap on there, but talk about how we're going to make the adjustments each year, not tie it to COLA, but do something else. Does that make it easier for you to take? And then the other thing I want to say is we've had 2 quarters of good reports. So I feel like the check is getting filled in. It's not quite as blank because we're getting better reporting. But we've only had 2 quarters of that.
And that reporting still isn't actually, I don't, but it's all that good, it's not general accounting practices.
But we're working on that, and so.
I think Tim should review, I think that should be one of the fault that Tim has to review every financial statement.
He loves to.
Well, I suppose, because it isn't general accounting practices.
Again, we met yesterday to meet to talk a little further about how to clarify these reports, so we'll meet, I'll meet with Amber and Jim, and we can talk and figure out kind of how they can better tell the story.
And we're committed to making that report the right way, so that you guys see it
There are specific recommendations that we make regarding the reporting, and actually your input is welcome on that, but I want to address this punishment. The recommended capping at 501,300, not punishment, it's essentially what you budgeted for income. I believe the last fiscal year, or is it 25-26? It's
that budget was based on a 2 years previous actual funding that we received. And the reason we did that is because there was this additional in excess number that we actually used 1 year as the budgeting number, which threw that year completely off, because the income was never going to reach that level with the additional in excess amount. The 577,500 was never an actual budget amount, and that came from the city's budget. Now that we fully understand how that's working, we use the actual projected budget amount, left out the in excess number that you guys need to have in order to make payments beyond.
I think that's good. You can budget the 501,300 and spend 501,300.
See, I just think putting a cap outside of the 70-30 split is disingenuous to the lodging community that asked for this tax in the first place.
I agree.
I don't think it was, I read a lot about intent.
When was the last time an industry came before a governing body and said, hey, tax us to market, to do a thing for us? That's not a thing that happens that frequently. I think we're in a unique situation where the lodging community wanted additional taxes on their customers.
It was to implement marketing.
Yeah.
We've done that. Now, just to have this number growing and growing and growing, and more marketing, more money going into marketing than the community wants. I
think saying it's more than the community wants is a stretch.
Only if the community thinks marketing needs bring more people to town, because you know as well as anybody else that's messaging. You know that. You know that. You used to do it. It's about messaging. When the people get here in the middle of summer and try to say, be nice, don't kill birds, don't step on this. Mowing mats, that we now have all these,
And how much more year over year does it take to accomplish that?
Well, there are more people coming and they're not gonna stop.
There's more people coming, and I know for my own business, just personally, that I've had growth where I am calling other vendors and I'm getting other prices, and I'm literally doing that work and saving pennies. I'm not saving any money. People are paying more in rent for the places that they're renting. They're paying more for their goods. They're paying more for their employees. And there's nothing you can do about that. So if we cap this and we have, a couple different things could happen, but if we cap this and we have a recession, which we're truly falling into, everything is gonna go up again. And then he's gonna be stuck in a position where he's letting people go because he doesn't have the money.
Well, that's why I don't think we should be spending $150,000 or $130,000 of reserve funds to spend much more than the collections are expected. It's unsustainable.
And it's not happening in the next fiscal year budget. We removed them. We heard there was a problem, there was an issue. We've corrected that in 1 year, we've corrected them. Literally, actually, 6 months with Amber's help, we've corrected.
I'm sorry,
You budgeted $568,000.
Lisa's talking. And so I just don't see how having a cap, it said it's such a large amount of money, is a punishment. I guess I'm just not understanding that, Jim, because it's.
Okay, this is the punishment.
Groups have budgets they have to do. All the other, groups have caps on how much they can spend.
So let me rephrase that. Punishment is probably too strong a word. So we're doing the work and the marketing to guide stewardship, to get the messaging out, get people hearing the off-season. We're doing all of this work for the business community, to continue to maintain our tax level for your taxes, to run the city. We're doing that work, correct?
Well, you're doing work. Yeah, I don't know.
Correct, but we're doing that work.
Sure about all the.
So when you cap our funding at a level and give us a smaller amount of an increase, while everybody else grows, then we're left behind. And that doesn't seem fair to me. We're saying everybody else. Your taxes are gonna grow, the tap taxes are gonna grow, the food tax is gonna grow. We're helping provide the lift to everybody in the tax world and the visitor economy. But our program is the one that's gotta be left here.
I don't see it that way. I don't. I mean. I think we could, whatever we tried it out for a couple of years and see how it works, and if it doesn't work.
Why don't we rather go a couple of years for the new financing and doing it the way that we put in place with help to make sure it's action. You've only seen 2 months of the new system. And the reporting. I feel like you're making this judgment without letting us correct your concerns.
So my
Concern
husband.
is the more money that's going into marketing.
That's not what concerns.
Budgeted spending for 25-26, $568,659. That's 40% more than was spent in 18-19. So, okay, you're not spending more?
Everything has gone up. Everything. I bet if you looked at my numbers, they'd be almost exactly the same, Gary. So, anyway, I'm gonna make a suggestion here, and it'll probably get poo-pooed, but I'm gonna make it anyway. My husband has always said, if we're gonna try something, we're gonna try it for 6 weeks and see if it sticks. And if it sticks, it sticks, and if it doesn't, it's out of here. So the chamber, I think we let them get their finances in order. We give them 6 quarters and see where they're at. And then we revisit this. If the numbers are still out of line, and we can always back up on that if things just go heck in the handbasket. But give them 6 quarters to actually do what they've been asked to do, that they're diligently trying to do, instead of just cutting them completely off at the knees. And then we could revisit this and have a much better idea of how to move forward.
I think you're missing the whole point here. I think the point is that I don't feel like should be a cap on the amount of money spent on marketing. That the city is inundated, that we just don't want to see more money each year spent on marketing.
And let's face it,
It has nothing to do with whether or not they're doing I haven't actually seen one quarter where there was actual general accounting practices used. So you say 2 quarters have been great. No, they haven't been great. But anyway, I said they've been improved. Well, improved, but not good. And so I don't see, there's so many other things that would enhance, parks, trails, things like that money could be spent on, rather than just constantly increasing marketing.
Yeah, I think we have to acknowledge that we have
I guess it depends on what your priorities are. I don't know. And I still have not, I'm sorry, but I don't see the results, the stewardship results. And I don't know how do you prove that? I'm not really sure. Just because you put out, Facebook things saying, oh, care about the elk, don't touch the elk. That's not stewardship. Huh?
Bad actors out of town.
You can't keep that, but the more you advertise, the more people come. and the proportion of those people who are bad actors will stay the same.
And I think we have to acknowledge that we're in a very unfortunate position for those communities. You know, every list in every magazine that's a top 10 list, Cannon Beach is in there. Most beautiful places, most dog-friendly places, best place to have a wedding. We do need to maintain messaging, but we don't need to jack up marketing prices by 40%. We don't need to spend $160,000 more than the collections. I don't even watch that, such a punishment.
So are you saying 40% increase over 7 years? Is that what you're concerned about?
5 years, but.
That honestly doesn't seem like that even if it's inflation.
It doesn't.
40% of
Not over this 5-year span.
It'd be 8-ish% a year. Well,
Hmm?
it'd be 8-ish% a year. Probably 7
With
and a half with
compounding, outrageously that high up.
I think that's true.
Well,
40%.
we were asked to make recommendations. And that's what we've done, and I would like to see staff revise, make revisions to the chamber contract reflecting those recommendations.
Can I make a request?
We can argue about the numbers when we take it to the next step.
I wonder.
I mean, there's some specific recommendations about the cap, there's specific recommendations about the reporting. And happy to hear, you know, your suggestions on that too, because I think we have made some progress. But I mean, just to say we're not spending more and more money on marketing, because I don't know how you can make that case.
I can't help but think that perhaps Counselor Hayes has a bias against the chamber and against Jim Beam. And, it's unfortunate that I feel that way, and I feel that way because I was on the marketing committee.
Because you work on what?
Because I was on the marketing committee for the chamber. At
No
the time,
bias there.
at the time, Counselor Hayes, was renegotiating his own contract.
And Eric's on the board.
So I'm just saying that I'm also a business owner in town, right? I mean, and as are you and Eric and, but I don't know, and
Well, Dan, I would say that I also was part of the recommendations. I understand, I don't have any bias, Jim or the chamber. I just think we need to slow down our messaging.
well, I know that our numbers are down. I don't know about yours, Eric, but I know that our numbers are down, and I think that we're gonna find ourselves in a position where we've got a fancy building that we need to pay for and a new police station, and if numbers go down, I don't know, I have my own personal.
Yeah, you don't have to attribute your numbers going down necessarily to lack of marketing. There's other reasons for it. Maybe, you know, there's more competition, whatever, you know. I mean,
Well, we've been
And
working on this.
the expectation of the market turning down, pulling back on marketing doesn't sound like a smart idea.
I don't think we need more marketing. I mean, I guess that's also.
So you're thinking of marketing, I think, again, as the desire to bring more people to town. Marketing is messaging, telling people how to act and behave when they're in town is what you want to hear, and that's what we've been doing. And
Some of them when you come down. Come
yeah,
in the fall, come in the winter, take the nice hikes and see the wildlife. Or come in the summer. That's messaging too.
That is nice.
They're not gonna stop coming.
It doesn't.
Portland keeps moving further
doesn't-
west, they're not gonna stop coming.
It
That's
doesn't
not
work.
message right
I don't like that.
Or somebody else will define it for you. Condé Nast will define it for you. Random best list will define it for you, unless you define yourself.
Well, I don't think that a marketing campaign would not do.
Well, we've been.
I don't think it works. I don't think it works.
Okay.
And I don't think you should be arguing.
Yeah, for a long time tonight, and we've worked on it for months, close to years. And
Here, if that's true, then how is the chamber or the business community been involved with this? In this working on it, in working on it? You proposed the cap and proposed the changes. This is the first opportunity I've had to address any of this, and we still haven't addressed all of it. You know, you're asking me to just explain things that have been explained, even though they weren't explained well. We've made the changes requested. We're continuing to work on those changes. We're improving this program, improving our marketing. We're diving more into stewardship. We're doing everything we asked that you guys asked of us. But you're not giving us the opportunity to actually show and to get the business community here to explain. Like Eric's example of why those numbers are the way they are can be explained greater by the business community that actually creates those numbers, works in those numbers, can explain. Are you out serving visitors? Are you with the visitors? Are you seeing an improved visitor, kinder visitor? I bet the business community is seeing those benefits because they're the ones that are actually dealing with the visitors. So I would like them to have their say here in front of you, to share their opinions about what that is. You're asking only me or the chamber to come and present it. There's a vast majority of this community that wants this marketing to support their businesses. And you have to accept that they're part of this community, and this is serving all of us.
Right, and they do well in this community. The hotel business does well in this community because of what this community is. Because it's so beautiful, because people come here because it's one of the best beaches in the world. Not just because of marketing. You're not just the one, you know, it's.
I'm not saying that.
Okay,
Ours is the only reason people come.
Yeah, and I, you know, I mean, the restaurant owner, or the restaurant, you know, manager who's serving a restaurant, running a restaurant, hotel owner, doesn't know how people behave when they're on the beach. They have no way of gauging that. So how do you know that they're better people or more?
They engage with those visitors on a daily basis, so I would think
Well, they
they have a pretty good,
in the
pretty good
hotel.
opinion that they're visitors. And it's their customers.
It doesn't mean that they understand how, yeah, I'm not, this is a ridiculous argument. Because we have there's no empirical data, I just can't.
Yeah, it's just about spending more and
Yeah.
more and more and more and more money. So, again, we were asked to make recommendations, we did. I would like to see them incorporated into contract provisions. And we can talk about it again.
I would like more opportunity to, talk about this as well, because I want more people here to give their opinions other than just mine from the chamber's perspective.
Well, let's put it up to a vote of the community. Was sarcastic.
You wanna bring your chamber members.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
if
which
you
is gonna be
if you wanna-
the same message.
ask community members, they're going to say spend less money on
more
marketing.
visitors. So I think that's a vitally important thing for you guys to consider.
So if
Community
I
members are probably
could
very.
make a suggestion, I think we'd like the three of you to get together and come up with the best reporting that you can. Just a reminder that this year's budget has already been passed. And the chamber's budget has been approved by their board. We really have a not full year, so we start budgeting soon for next year, but we still have time to make revisions. And I think we need to hear from the community that you represent. I think that we hear a lot about those folks that aren't in a business. We hear a lot of complaints about the number of people in town. Whether that's because of your messaging or not. You know, putting the gate on north entrance is something popular thing.
Well, we do hear that. I hear that all the time. And actually, I do have businesses that, and I do and I do sell. I'm in the galleries. In Cannon Beach, and I sell to visitors. That's who I sell to a lot. But I still, you know, I mean, I still think that, I still don't wanna see them. So, you know, I have a vested interest in more people coming and more marketing and more money spent and more people buying the things I make. But it's not worth it to me. So, you know, it's not worth it to me to have more people in town. And, you know, the stress on the city infrastructure, that's another, the whole realty thing and the split. That's not addressed, but.
As we look at changes, you got our recommendations on the changes that we have recommended for the reporting.
So, yeah,
And
Deb and I make
as
this
you
today,
improve on that,
Amber King and I will meet. And
it's a little more extensive, I think, than your few bullet points.
But what do we need, what, I wanna know what else is going to be accomplished for another meeting.
This,
Or we're gonna do the financial reporting.
And if you have specific questions that you want answered, then I would love to have those so that I can answer them. You know, I was only privy to the report that was presented through this, for the council. So I based all of my information off of that report. And then we're gonna talking about expenses going back 5 years. Well, that wasn't part of this report, and it wasn't part of what I was asked to bring and present. So I would like to have a full discussion about all of it, so that we can present what you need to hear, so you understand. And then you can see that we've addressed and are solving these problems.
And
Then
I'd like to.
I want to
see
address all your
examples.
concerns and make sure that we're all on the same page.
I'd like to see examples of the stewardship specifically, your stewardship marketing. And where it's projected, where it's appeared.
We can do that.
And specifically.
I think we've done a good job in the last 2 quarters report for presenting that, but I would like to continue seeing it.
I'm still, I've seen 1 or 2 little things, but not, I haven't seen a program of stewardship marketing. I haven't. I've heard talk about it. I was at the meeting with the consultant who had me totally mesmerized and wow, this is incredible. And then it seems to me like nothing came of
And
it.
we've incorporated those into our
Well,
efforts.
I heard that you have, but I haven't seen it.
I invite you to come to a marketing committee meeting and come be a part of the process then. If you really want to be involved and see what we're doing.
I don't wanna be involved in it, I wanna see it. I'm involved in enough things right now. We live on things. I'm trying to.
I have my marching orders right now, I think, so. Jim and I will, with Amber, we'll work on the reporting.
And follow the recommendation.
Yeah.
As soon as possible.
Yeah, we'll go through that, so, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna apologize for this report. As you may have heard, Sierra has left our organization, she left in the middle of April. And I was in Sandcastle and I had essentially a week to prepare this. What I did is I went through previous report, pulled the numbers and pulled small snippets of marketing efforts and social media posts that we've done. But I will bring in much more results and focus on. And I'll start. I'm gonna talk to our team and see if there's a way that we can make sure you see those things. Because I want you to see it. I want you to see the good work that we do.
So you're okay with not presenting? Or okay?
I think the reporting that we're asking for is much more just. Give us something that we can read rather than a PowerPoint presentation. You know, maybe a PowerPoint presentation. Once a year when we look at marketing plan, but.
I am
I mean, it's
doing
like,
my best.
we get all this stuff, we read all this stuff, and then you tell us all the stuff that we just read.
Well, then maybe in that recommendation, we should put a list together of things that you expect Jim to have every time he comes. And that would be the only questions that we ask him, and it could be very specific on what you wanna see. I think it would be good for all of us.
I wanna make sure that you see everything that you wanna see to understand the work that we're doing. And yeah, I don't wanna sit and go through, like, I knew when I sent my report for Jennifer, I'm like, oh, that's too much. That's too much. But I wanted to make sure all the facts were available to make a decision.
A big summary of key successes from the previous quarter, including key metrics, increases or decreases. Et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, so we do have some odds and wrong in there.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, and I think this financial, the summary page, just before he starts the finances, is a really good addition to this.
Right.
And it's on that topic there.
It is, it answers a lot of our questions that we've had before we ask them.
Yeah.
And again, I can't tell you how much having our new accounting member help us organize this and clean it up. And make sure that things are being done the right way. It's been a huge help. And that's been 6 months when we had him. So, we know it's gonna take more work and we're putting in the work. We wanna make it right.
Okay. We're done with the change.
Yes.
Are you sure?
For this evening. For Tuesday. Okay, so next on our agenda, we have the building plan discussion.
Oh, you can do that.
Why do you
Go back.
Why did you
You're-
not?
I know, I know. You remind, you were next to the door.
I keep reminding myself, I took a significant pay cut to take this job, and I'm rethinking my.
Or maybe you earned your So where is it?
The longer a meeting goes, the thinner my filter gets also. Okay. So, we're here to talk about the building funds. So I want to walk you through really quickly a couple of things. So in your packets, if you have it, we have attachment A, which is an income statement, essentially an income statement, okay? And it goes back 10 years, 11 years. And the reason I want to show this is, so if you look from 14-15 through 18-19, there is roughly, you know, the fund made 7,000 one year, 16 grand another year, lost 2,500, made 32,000. Right, so, but it had any fund balance around $96,000 over that time period. As mentioned for several people over the last couple of days, so what happens in 2020? There was some code changes, and at the same time, the planning group took a look at the permitting fees from all around us and found out we were lower. And so what they did was brought suggestions to the council that we needed to get more in line with what everybody else does, right? However, this would be 1920. Okay. So, and so what happened though, what's that?
2020.
Yeah, the fiscal year 1920. 2019, 2020.
Oh.
Yeah. So where you see the yellow line, where the yellow line is?
Yeah.
Okay, so what happened in that year? They went around and figured out that, you know, we were lower than everybody else. And so they made some code changes and raised the rates to be more like what other jurisdictions. However, what did not get adjusted, there was no additional expenses that were added to the fund, so we didn't hire another building inspector. We didn't add any additional code enforcement, etc.
right? So then you'll notice, starting in 1920 through this year, significant increases every year in the actual, in the fund balance, right? Because there wasn't a corresponding. Okay, so then what we did what the budget committee and council did in 25-26 is that we've added some code enforcement time into this fund. Okay, so now we have Alton, who is full-time in the fund. We have part of Steve, part of Tessa, and part of Daniel are now in this fund. Okay, to which, again, the only thing you can spend the money in this fund on are things related to the actual building program. That's it, nothing else. Okay. So you'll see in attachment B, what I did here is, you look at, again, with using the current expenditure structure with the employees that we have, again, Tesla, Steve, Alton, and Daniel. And then what I actually did was say what the budget will grow up, and then we usually spend around 80 or 90%, 95% of that budget. And so then that's what I used as projected expenditures and roughly rolled it up. The 298,500 is an average over the last 5 years about what we receive in fees. So so what would the projection be? So if you look at each year, so what I did is, so where the yellow is, that is essentially the year that the fund goes to a negative, almost, not negative, but it goes down where something would have to happen. We'd either have to like take some code enforcement time out, or we would have to raise fees or something for the fund to come back. So then what I did is in each level below, there's what would happen if you reduce the fees by 5%, what happens if you reduce the fees by 10%, and then lastly, what would happen if you reduce the fees by 20%? And so when would that change have to happen? Right? And so if you did it by 20%, the fee would run in 29-30. One other little caveat is when I come to you on August 4th, talking about reserve policy, one of the reserve policies in this fund is essentially 6 months of operating expenses is what you should have in reserve. That's my recommendation. You don't have to do that, but that's just, if income really goes down, you can't not pay for your building inspector, that kind of stuff. So anyways, so that is what is before you now. So what generally this tells me is that in the next 5 years, 6 years, the fund will correct, being that we added the code enforcement. And actually what we would probably do is we would pull back a little bit on the code enforcement part. And then you probably wouldn't have to really do anything for a long time with regards to the fees. But that is, again, that is what I have. And
we didn't factor in at all if our building official retires and we end up having to do. Yeah. Or
no, I mean, and so if that's swapped out, right, so if you swapped out those, then I would readjust most probably it'd be the code enforcement. So the general fund would pick up more code enforcement is what in theory I would do in that situation. So yeah, and again, and there's also another reason why you would have a 6-month reserve. So if all goes away, we have to go get a consultant, then you don't have to do anything with fees, you just use the reserve until you can bring somebody else up.
So if we leave, if our fees are still pretty much in line with the fees of other jurisdictions.
They are in line with the fees in other jurisdictions.
And so if we left it as is, eventually within 5 years, we think.
So we got, I guess probably within 6-7 years, it would just go, it would adjust to where it should be.
And one of the reasons it is so high is just because the city charges itself.
One of the reasons that the fund is so high now is because, the odds that we're gonna have another $24 million construction project in the city of Cannon Beach that's not city related is pretty remote, right? So we're not gonna see a bump in my projection, as we would not see a huge bump in fees in that current year. I mean, one of the things that I talked with Ashley about when we were talking about potential refund anything, is one thing the council may want to consider, particularly because if we do, you know, $8 million, $9 million project with CBE or something like that, the actual building fees, we would have the same impact again here. So maybe you look at potentially exempting municipal buildings or something.
But not with that.
No, you can't really go back. Once we charged it, we really can't go back, so that's, yeah.
That was just sort of an anomaly.
So that was an anomaly, but what you will notice is even without that, every year since 1920, we have, or 2019, 2020, the ending fund balance has gone up fairly significantly. Just again, because we adjusted the income side, we did not add to the expenditure side.
But that's not to say we might not need to do that.
True, but the amount outside, I mean, the biggest adjustment we did to it was this year when we said the code inspection. The code inspection is part of the building program. So that was one thing, and that's something that we could have done years ago. But we did not.
What percentage?
Right now, we have half of them, which is maybe a little high, but we'll look as we adjust. Like I said, as we get to these outlying years, that, you know, the ending fund balance, you would have to do something where the yellow is really to make sure that you have sufficient funding. So what you would probably do, the most likely place would be the code enforcement areas where you would kind of look more.
So it seems like there really isn't a problem.
Well, again, it's everybody's perception. So some people will tell me, yes, there's still a problem with them, I'm sure, but maybe someone may even be online. But it is a problem that will correct itself. What what would be difficult is probably because we reduce all the fees. Right, and one of these other scenarios, but then you would have to raise it back up at a later point in time. So you're given, 5%, 10%, whatever the holiday is, just, but we are gonna burn through ending fund balance. And we probably want to avoid any large municipal projects, because those will be the projects that are most probably the largest that would be subjected to these.
Well, I think we should make them exempt, number one, I think that's something we really need to do. Make these projects exempt from pending.
I think also in the housing code amendments that are coming forward, some sort of forgiveness with that for the housing that's.
Yes. Yeah, and this gives us the ability to do that.
It does give you.
As they are now, and then we can make some kind of, concessions for, if you're doing workforce affordable housing.
Yeah.
You get the public benefit of having.
I think any kind of additional dwelling unit should get a break.
Yeah, I think that's written into.
So we moved all of this payroll out.
So half of Daniel's papers would be out of the general fund, and which is one other recommendation where if you were looking for some additional funding, you want to put it into your affordable housing. I mean, we transferred 500,000 this year, but on an ongoing basis, you could do the equivalent of whatever Daniel's salary was into the affordable housing.
Yeah, that's great.
Or code enforcement, I'm sorry, not the name Daniel.
Thanks for that analysis, that was great to see that.
So, but it's also it's probably easier than trying to attach a tax or something or a fee to generate enough money for the affordable housing. It's probably easier if you just transfer money from the general fund into that.
Thanks.
But that's
So you're
all what I got.
okay with that? Yeah.
That's all I got.
Yeah.
Okay with that. Just letting it go.
And we'll keep the code enforcement in and watch and make sure there's something the council would like me to do with regards to, like, show that savings, so we know what additional transfer we wanna make in affordable housing. That's something we can do every year. I mean, this year we transferred 500,000, so.
I would just like to see some kind of concession for, additional dwelling.
And then, so then the additional dwelling units, the, like, what we're talking about, the affordable housing type, and then municipal.
It doesn't have
a specific dimension. Okay, I
Yeah,
will talk to Steve about that.
that's part of the new code, housing code, or will be, or can be.
Yeah, okay, I will mention that, about Steve tomorrow. When I ask him about Elk Creek and DRB.
Yeah.
Hopefully we don't have to go before. I know the answer we want,
Okay,
okay?
okay, yeah, okay, so now we're ready for good and order.
I have.
Okay.
So. I'm actually really embarrassed. There was something that was written that I wrote. It was, written by me as a resident. It was, submitted to, I sent it off to some places, senators, blah, blah. Sent it off to someone else.
Send it to individuals.
Yes, okay. An individual sent it to a news publication.
One of the individuals you had sent the letter to, yeah.
And, it was put in as a letter to the editor in the Gazette. And it was signed by me as a counselor. And I want to disclose this to you. No one from the paper reached out to me. The person that sent it asked me if it was okay if they sent it to one, because they really liked the letter, and it was about voting in our country. And so, and I told them yes, and that it was any email that was from me as a resident. And the paper, put it as me. So I wanted to disclose.
It was published in the Gazette.
In the Gazette, I have had it with Gerald. This just came to my attention today. I was a little gobsmacked. Actually, I had a full-blown anxiety attack. And so I wanted to fully disclose that when Ashley's online. I wanted to fully disclose that. I did not submit it. It was not my intent for it to say anything about me being on council or actually even really to be published in the paper. I just thought that somebody from the paper would contact me, like, I don't know.
So is the Gazette doing a retraction?
Well, I can either, we can do one of two things. If you would like them to retract, I'm completely fine with that. Or do we think that will just bring more, I mean, it's late, I'm tired, and it was really stressful.
Yeah, personal, because I actually wrote Ashley myself a letter. I emailed.
I knew that's what you were talking
Yeah,
about.
and I was pretty upset by it. If you sent it to Senator Disney, there's people using again your council position.
I did not. I signed it as Deanna Polly Hammond, resident, Hammond Beach, Oregon. I have receipts that show I was all in my personal email. It was all signed by me, comma, resident. I never signed anything as council. That was something that the paper did on their own. And that was something they did, and I did not intend for that to be submitted I didn't submit it.
So I would like a retraction.
this reflects poorly on. Oh, yes, it's denigrating to the city.
Yeah.
And the city staff, so I like city attention too.
Well, and that's fine, but that's why
We appreciate that.
I'm bringing it up and I'm being forthcoming. I'm not, I mean, it's not something that I would have swept under the rug. So I will contact Joe. He told me, I mean, clearly it's not gonna be retracted until next month.
Right. And the damage is already done.
And the damage is done.
But-
I profusely apologize.
Actually, you still awake?
I'm still here. I have been following. So I would want to make one more pitch. This is, I know, late, but we're bringing back the revisions to the city's council rules at the August council meeting. And one of the items that we had discussed at our last meeting in June was adding something to the council rules about exactly this issue. I don't know if you recall, but I explained that in the model rules for the League of Oregon Cities, they have a section about personal opinions. As city councilors, you guys are clearly at liberty to express your personal opinions through a medium such as a letter to the editor, if that is what you intended to do. And it doesn't sound like that was necessarily the case here. The only real obligation that a lot of council rules puts on councilors is just a caveat that if you use your title as a city councilor, that you also clarify that you're speaking in your personal or individual capacity. So this situation sounds like it was a mistake. There was no intent for this to be put in the paper, but I would just like to put in one final pitch for a council rule to address this issue if it comes up again in the future. And I'll just note that this is the second time this exact issue has come up in the last couple of months with the city council. So that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ashley. So I don't wanna cry, but I really wanna cry because I feel really bad and I didn't report to him.
Well, I think it's probably a good idea to have that in our code of conduct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree. I mean, and I really.
And that was, yeah.
And like I said, I have receipts.
Okay, I'm sorry for the work. I want to thank our police chief and the whole police department and all of the services that there were no fireworks on 4th of July or almost, I think none. And you're so coordinated and so organized, and I attribute it to that, it was, the organization with police and CERT, and it was just fantastic. I'm really proud.
It's as a community that came together for one cause, and everybody has worked on it hard for the past, 13, 14, 15 years, so you should thank yourselves for backing it, and I think people come here now just to enjoy the peacefulness that Kennedy Jobs just offers on the board, which is great.
And bring their dogs.
Yeah. I'm full for next year for select dogs.
Yeah. So my good order follows that same trend. I'd like to thank all of the volunteers that work on the parade, the book sale, the CERT, the firework patrol, everything. I would love somebody that's good with stats to figure out how many volunteer hours were spent on 4th, 5th, and 6th in this town.
Yeah, the parade was great.
Amazing. So thanks to everyone that made it a great holiday. And with that, I hope that's it. I lost that.
Bruce, yeah, did you wanna ask about the loan?
The what?
I noticed at the end, but if not, it's another month.
Yeah, we've done a project, which is the water resiliency project.
Yeah.
And we completed, and they're in the process. Funding 3 phases. And the 4th phase, the one that will complete the project, what water resiliency project does up till now is we've taken care of the line comes down from the springs to the tank, building a new tank. bringing it down to the public works charge approximately. That'll give us, the idea, if we're using HDPE pipe, it's going to be stronger, it's going to be more flexible, it has, seismic event. Where we've stopped is we've got water down to public works charge. And not a huge quantity, not a really, we can put it in water trucks and things like that, we can distribute it. But we don't have a way to get the water necessarily to the north end, across the creek. And that would include, we're trying to move my trailer, if the road or the bridge or something like that is out. And I just want to point that out that, we've gone a great distance. And to be a leader of water supply resiliency. For seismic events. But we've not gone that last part of the mile. And so what we're gonna have is the water distribution point at the public works yard. And in hope that enough lines continue to work, concrete lines in the city proper, that we're able to get water across the bridge to the north end. So it's just, I know that it's tough with the rates that we were discussing, those tiny things, and what would happen, but it's just, that's where we are. And possibly at another time, if somebody wants to bring it up to talk about, staff would like to talk about it again, because we're almost there. But we're not very far at the same time.
The requirement would be that we would have to, or one, the best option would be, of course, to get another business order. And they don't have, of course, the same 1% deal. They don't have the loan forgiveness on this part, but that would be the best. And we could repay that via rate, of course, which I think I mentioned, we had 5% this year. It would be moving on to 10% for a while if we paid it, or else we could use some reserves, not have to borrow necessarily the full 7.3 million, et cetera. So there would be some options, but the most likely way to pay for it would be a rate increase.
Anyway, anybody would like to bring that up? I don't expect to discuss it tonight. I just want to make folks aware, and there is a loan program that is put on by Business Oregon. But it's not it is probably a 4.5%, 5% loan, as opposed to the, 2 and 3 we would get. So. But at some point, we need to plan to finish that project. That's it.
Okay.